here we are. It's Sunday, and the first thing we're going to watch. Well, first of all, hello. Hello, everyone. And yes, hot chick. Of course. The usual. And I'm not talking about her, she's whatever. I bet she had a nose job. Looks like she had a nose job. Man, makes me sad. So, first things first. America did a good thing. They got rid of a dictator. Well, this time it's actually a good thing because he's a communist. And Asmongold, you know, watched it unfold, so because I'm retarded, me watching his video and then talk over it. Like always.
Did we get Maduro? Yeah, we actually got him. They probably went to and from Venezuela to get Maduro faster than it's taken you to get an Amazon delivery. I want y'all to think about that. Like, if you want to order like a new pack of underwear off of Amazon, it's going to take you longer. The logistics of this are going to take you longer than Donald Trump and the military took to go and literally capture the head of a foreign state. And then
I can guarantee you they planned that for months. At least. At least a couple of months. How do I know it? Because it worked out so flawlessly. That's how I know. Let's see this. Regime change in Iraq. 150,000 US troops, hundreds of neocon war planners, $3 trillion of costs. Oh, Jesus. 4,431 heroes killed in action. Oh. Regime change in Venezuela. 1 platoon of Delta Bros. Raid planned by Barron and Marco Rubio from a Mar-a-Lago pool cabana yesterday. Cost a few tanks of, I guess, fuel. Yeah. That's pretty much it.
bring them back. Don't listen to, again, the fat retard communists in America that are mad about this. Listen to the actual Venezuelans. They're happy.
I came in this country when I was 10 years old, and ever since I was born, every single person in power of the country has abused us and abused of their power. We have been living in a dictatorship for about 20 years. So I can tell you, this feels like a breath of fresh air.
Guys,
yeah,
don't listen to her. There's a fat, gender-confused communist on Twitter that lives in Massachusetts that actually thinks this is a bad thing. No, don't listen to—
Of course they think it's a bad thing, because they never lived under communism. And they think living under communism is this great thing that... blah, 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 blah. Retarded shit. There's a reason why everyone wants to flee a communist country, with exception of the people in power. There's a reason for that.
To any of these Venezuelans. Oh, no. No, we have to go listen to somebody who doesn't even know what they are. We have to go listen to somebody who's attracted to animals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder, yeah, how's iDubbbz doing? Somebody check on iDubbbz? This is gonna be Iraq 2.0, bro? Just like Iran was. No, you don't understand. Iraq went exactly the way it was supposed to. Syria went exactly the way that it was supposed to. Afghanistan went exactly the way that it was supposed to. Libya went exactly the way that it was supposed to. You think that we made a mistake by being there for 20 years. That's not a bug. That's a feature. And what's it a feature of? The military-industrial complex. Do you really think we couldn't figure this shit out in 20 years? Really?
They knew all along. Plus, it created all the refugee ways into the West, especially Europe. That was the main goal. Also, did you know that Libya, Iraq, and Afghanistan, all three countries, 2 years before they were invaded, they got rid of the US dollar as a currency. Each of these countries. 2 years before Libya was invaded, 2 years before Iraq was invaded, 2 years before Afghanistan was invaded. Isn't that something?
You really think that we couldn't do this in 20 years after Desert Storm lasts for 3 days, the first one? What are we talking about? Like, you know when America joined World War II? 1944, whenever we actually brought people over to Europe. How is it that was whenever D-Day happened? How is it that in 1 year, and obviously, yes, obviously they were losing, but whenever we came there, we stomped them the fuck out. We totally stomped them the fuck out. And so, yes. And MLG was not named for, was that, maybe that was in Germany itself. I could be a little bit wrong about that. It was 42. Well, either way, shit was over in 3 years. And that was a world war. And anyway, my point what I'm making here, right? And yeah, what am I thinking of 1944? It's been a sandbox for U.S. since 1945? Absolutely. So yes, I'm thinking of D-Day. Yeah, there it is. But anyway, I'm an idiot. I got the dates wrong. My point is that how long did that take? A year. That was it. It's done. It's over. It's finished. And that's it. So the entire thing's fucking done. And so really, you have to keep that in mind. Whenever we had Vietnam, this is my opinion of Vietnam. This was my dad's opinion. My dad's opinion of Vietnam is that there were a bunch of young, aggressive men that were posing a threat to the country. So the government decided to start a war to kill all of them. And so basically what they did is they took down like the bottom 20% of guys that are the most aggressive, most psychotic, most, like fucking violent people. And we just sent them over to Asia to go kill each other. That's it. That's it. Yeah. And now you guys get to go have a battle royale. Oh, you want another grenade? Here's 50 grenades. Have fun. And so that was it. Scoreboard family, so liberals? Yeah, exactly. And retarded take? That's fine. You want to say whatever you want, but I'm just saying, I think that...
By the way, I have heard a theory like that before. And that, people in power do that all the time. The population grows too much, so they just start a war to cull off, the undesired people. I've heard that before. Now, can I believe that? To be fair, I can. Everything I know how power-hungry people are, and yeah, I can believe that they would do that. The White House posted a rage bait edit to Venezuela. Oh, awesome. Awesome. We might be looking at that later, but not now, because we are 4 minutes in a video and it's 52 minutes long, so this react is likely about 90 minutes. Maybe even 2 hours. I did that before.
Vietnam and also the Iraq War and everything around the Middle East was completely by design. I don't see how it's not obvious that it was by design. When you have, for example, we go over and we're invading, what is it? Which one were we? Iran. We were bombing Iran. That shit's over in like fucking 13 days. And by the way, this is Israel is beating Iran in like 13 days. And then all we do is we show up at the very end and then it's over. And you saw Iran talking, oh, well, we're going to fight back. This is it. We're going to blow up Israel. There's no Israel after this. They're never going to be able to stop us. Okay, now we're really mad. And whatever happened with that? Nothing. Not a single fucking thing. Not a single goddamn motherfucking thing.
The thing with Israel, we have to account for, they get all the technology from other countries. They get all the tanks, for example, they're just as a conglomerate of, the check of other countries like America, Germany, Britain, whatsoever. Same goes with the Iron Dome. They just have the Iron Dome is just a bunch of anti-air missiles and stuff like that, and lasers, no? Yeah, lasers. They have lasers. So yeah. You stay, Jesse? Okay. I'm fine either way. If you wanna grind for fun, do that. If not, then stay. Everything is fine. You were meant to type Among Us? Oh no. Oh no. By the way, on Friday I rage quit War Thunder and uninstalled the game. Literally, I uninstalled. You like politics? Oh. Well. Perfect stream for you today.
So keep that in mind. I disagree. Bush and his people were incompetent who wanted to nation build. Well, maybe. I mean, you could say they're stupid. I mean, but I think it's probably, you know what? You're probably right about that. But I think Bush was stupid. Cheney was smart. And Dick Cheney, I don't think that he didn't know how to do this. I think that this happened exactly the way that he wanted it to. That's what I think. Is it different for Iran and Syria? Trump said we'll rule over Venezuela. Yep. You're wrong. We got a CGI video from Iran.
100%. 100%.
Listen to this.
Did you feel this was the only way to get him out?
100%. 100%. Yes. He will not leave.
But duh, he was a communist dictator. What do you think? Of course, getting him with military is the only way. Well, except for assassination. That works too. But that basically has to come from the inside. And that's almost never going to happen.
He's not the real president of Venezuela. No, it's not an act of war. It's an act of freedom.
There it is. But hey, don't listen to him. Guys, don't listen to him because there's a fat retard with blue hair on Twitter that, thinks... Isn't it weird, by the way, that all of the people that agree with this are people that don't live there, and all of the people that do agree with this are people that do live there or lived there? Isn't that that a weird coincidence? That's crazy. Like, what are the odds of that? What are the odds of that? That's so crazy, isn't it? Wow. And yeah, so you have all these people. Gee, I wonder why. Exactly. And this is the truth. This is, Rachel Madcow. Okay, let's hear what she has to say.
In your heart of hearts, when you think about what the United States just did,
that's right.
I think there are very...
Why is the audio so bad? Why? Even my audio is better.
Few Americans right now who have any idea why the United States did this.
Well, if they don't know, it's because you didn't tell them. It was very obvious why. It was. And it's really, this is one of the primal icon Karens inside of Final Fantasy. Like thousands of Karens raise their their Starbucks cup into the air, and Rachel Maddow manifests and starts complaining about Donald Trump. That's what happens.
The thing is that the media is always denying what Trump does. They always make Trump to look bad, especially in Germany. I think I've never met someone in Germany that says Trump is something else than literally evil, because they're all so dumb that they all believe what the media tells them. They're so dumb here. People are so retarded. That's why I don't feel bad when bad things happen to these people. I don't. Fuck them. I'm done with pretending to be, a good person. Fuck them.
If this was about drug trafficking, then why did President Trump just pardon the former president of Honduras, who was convicted of sending hundreds of tons of drugs into...
Why do you think he did? Like, just think about it for 3 seconds. Why do you think he pardoned that person? Probably because they roached out. They said, you know what, I'm going to help you, or there is some agreement that is made, or oil, a bribe, information, something happened. At the end of the day, that guy's out of power. He's done. Like, he's out of the game.
Yes, the only leverage that guy has is knowledge of, names, who does what, how do people do things. That's how we got out of that. Hello, Hans.
Point. So you might as well let him go if you're able to get some information about him. Yeah, she's so... These people are so stupid. They're so stupid, it's pathetic. This is...
I know those kind of people, by the way. These are the people that have a degree, but don't know anything about the world. They don't know how anything works. And they just say things to make themselves look smart or as a good person. And it shows. I think I've almost never met a person with a degree from a college or university that actually was intelligent. They were educated, but damn, they were dumb. They had no clue about anything else than their field of work.
Is this skull level swamp hag? No, it's not. She will evolve into listen, if this was Pokemon, I'm sorry about this, but I'm gonna, you see, this is how it's gonna be, right? That she is gonna evolve into this.
Yes.
This is a Charmeleon. This is a Charizard. This isn't even her final form.
Yes.
That's right. I'm sorry about this. Yeah, it's the same person. This is her mega evolution, exactly. And it looks very close. Yeah, she's just gonna get basically old and fat. That's it. What about Mega Charizard?
The funny thing is, she already has a dude's. To me, she actually looks kind of like a dude. With the hair and the Adam's apple and how she dresses. Yeah, that's a dude. I mean, I know it's a woman, but, looks like a dude.
Mega Charizard. Who is I'd have to think about who Mega Charizard is. Maybe Nancy Pelosi. So, yeah. Iran has 500 missile sites. One of the reasons Trump fucked Venezuela. Yeah, I mean, in Iran. And by the way, what did those missile sites do? Nothing. They didn't do a fucking thing. I wonder if they even work. Like, at this point, right? I mean,
wait, Iran or Venezuela?
To think about who Mega Charizard is. Maybe Nancy Pelosi. So, yeah. Iran has 500 missile sites. One of the reasons Trump fucked Venezuela. Yeah, I mean, in Iran. And by the way, what did those missiles...
Yeah, what did the missiles do? They barely any landed in Israel. And with landed, I mean hit Israel. So they didn't really do anything.
Sites do? Nothing. They didn't do a fucking thing. I wonder if they even work. Like, at this point, right? I mean, you gotta ask yourself the question, does this shit that they have even work? Because, like, they go and they're tweeting about all these photos about how badass they are, but every time they actually get invaded, it's like they didn't even do anything.
Yeah.
Like, nothing even happened.
True.
Like, yeah, I mean, didn't Russia sell Venezuela a bunch of, like, anti-air defense and, like, all this other stuff recently? I read they were selling them, like, missiles and all this stuff. So, well, how did you have all this stuff, but nothing worked?
He didn't account for the delivery time. And if they might have sold them that, and the delivery takes 2 years. They get different shipments. They might not have that now. They might not have had that. That's why.
That's too bad, right, guys? There are ways around all that shit. Yeah, exactly. And you know who has them? We do. And so anyway, let's listen to her explain why this is a bad thing.
Pardon the former president of Honduras,
Yes.
who was convicted of sending hundreds of tons of drugs into the United States.
Yes.
If this was about something about the illegitimacy of Maduro's election, well,
Yes.
that's something that the U.S. is, decrying any other country policing. We just sanctioned Brazil for having tried to protect itself from a coup by its former president, Jair Bolsonaro. I mean, if it's about gangs...
Have fun, Jesse. And yes, it's kind of sad that I deleted War Thunder.
We had the president of El Salvador, who is believed by U.S. law enforcement to be very linked with the notorious gang MS-13, which is...
The president of El Salvador is linked with MS-13? Well, then why is all of MS-13 in his maximum security death... Like, so let me get this straight. So which one is it? Is he putting all of these people into concentration camps? Because this is the thing, right? They have concentration camps over there. But wait a minute, now he's linked to them. Huh?
Perfect thumbnail. Perfect thumbnail. The reason she and her side of politics says two things that contradict each other is because they all believe things that contradict each other. That's also why they are so angry. Because deep down, they know that the things they believe contradict each other. At least one of the things they believe in is not true, but they believe it to be true. And then those two beliefs fighting in the head over what is true and what not. And they know something is off, but they can't admit it to them because that would mean they are wrong. And they can't be wrong because then they aren't good people anymore. So thinking bad, thinking hurt brain, thinking makes hour. And that's it, yes. It's just they're contradicting themselves all the time. Because they believe lies all the time. Which is very clear because all the time, no, I just wanted to say all the time it comes out that they are wrong. But it's not even that. It's that they believe things that they contradict themselves with other beliefs they have.
What? Jesus.
Caused incredible damage in the hemisphere, including in the United States. He's invited into the Oval Office, and the president says that he's looking forward to sending homegrown Americans to that president's essentially, jungle concentration camps.
Exactly. So let me get this straight. So inside of the same sentence, you're calling the places concentration camps, but you're also saying that he's sending the people that he's aligned with to the concentration camps. I mean, this level of cognitive dissonance is really kind of impressive. Like,
It's just exactly what I just told you. It's exactly that.
you've got to really, I mean, you have to be a fat, unemployed wine mom in order to even believe this, right? Like, I can't even imagine somebody
look at you.
believing this that's normal. And that's coming from me. It's not journalism, it's actual propaganda. It is.
Actually,
You're right.
I go here.
So
Actually,
all
I
of
go
the
there.
purported explanations for what's happened here don't stand up to logical scrutiny. The president has never articulated
Talking about logic. Man, that's most likely the funniest thing she ever said.
a coherent rationale for having...
Why would he? You're just going to make it up. You'll just, the thing is that he can explain himself if he wants to.
Yeah.
But you don't really, like, you can't explain and rationalize to these people whether something like this is good or not.
You're absolutely
Yeah, bro, her
right.
audio is scuffed. I mean, again, I can't wait until this stupid bitch loses her show, and then I can react to her YouTube meltdowns. It's going to be amazing, okay?
Yes.
So, yeah. Okay, yeah, what is this here? The audio's atrocious. I know it's awful. And so I thought the ends justify the means. Miss Kami now? Yeah, exactly, right? The conspiracy is using one's own population or limited to the United States government.
Wait. The people on the left believe that the ends justify the means? So what they are saying is, the Nazis did nothing wrong. Okay. I guess we solved that. Good. Good to know, yeah.
Right? Of course, right?
Done this. This seems like Marco Rubio's dream, not Donald Trump's dream.
So now we're trying to go on to the next talking point that Marco Rubio is the one that's actually the big initiator of all this, and he's actually planning all of this. It's Big Marco in the background that's planning on blowing up everybody he doesn't like. Yeah, he's the true puppet master.
Of course.
Oh my God. She kind of reminds me of...
Who else would it be? Donald Trump? Oh God, no. He's way too incompetent for anything, right? I mean, he's literally Hitler. He doesn't do anything. It's all the other people. And if they aren't doing it, then it's Donald Trump. Of course.
A female Colbert. Yeah, I can see why you're saying that. Yeah, Colbert is a lot more. I mean, at least Colbert is funny, right? She's just obnoxious. Nobody likes her. Okay, here we go. So this is what actual Venezuelans think about this. This is what they really think.
Look at all those lovely, lovely people. I really like them. Now these are refugees that I would like to have in my country.
Uh-huh. Well. Well.
By the way, they aren't refugees. I just realized it's in Venezuela. But my statement stays true still. I would rather have them.
Horrifying videos coming out of Venezuela where locals are celebrating while Western commies are crying. Wow.
By the way, for the ones who know, they are celebrating because for over a decade they had food shortages. People were starving. Doctors, literally medical doctors, earned $20 per year. That's how bad that country was. And before that, Venezuela was the wealthiest, most prosperous country in South America, with the biggest oil resource in South America. Huge oil resource. Just with the oil resources themselves, you could build a country. And they completely destroyed it. How? Incompetence. Why are they incompetent? They're communists. Communists are always incompetent. I've never even heard of communists that are competent.
That's crazy. Internet versus reality? That's right.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm happy for him. So am I. So am I. This is going to be better for us, too. You know, Venezuela used to be the 4th richest country in the world. Can you believe that?
Yes.
And these retards, fucking like military drug lords, turned it into a shithole.
Yeah. Because they are retarded.
It was somewhere around 1960, something like that. Actually, don't believe that.
He's looking it up. You know what? Want to hear something funny? These protests look more white than German towns and cities these days. I literally would rather live there than here in Germany. But now, after, you know, the communist is gone.
I just real quick. I'm gonna just pull this up. Was Venezuela the fourth largest economy? Yes, in the 1950s. I was 1950s, not 60s. Venezuela was the world's fourth wealthiest country by GDP per capita.
Wow. That's massive.
Now, we all know GDP is a fake indicator, but I mean, really,
It's an indicator.
It's definitely pretty fucking high, right? So there you go. Yeah, it used to be a very rich country.
Yeah.
They had that oil. Yep.
By the way, Mexico was also not poor. Mexico today is way worse off than it was in the past, before all the drug shit. The same goes for basically every country in South America and Middle America. The drug cartels and communism totally fucked them up. Completely. Before that, nice countries. Completely fine. I would have loved to visit them, loved to live there. I mean, in some countries still, I mean, the one in, I think was Honduras, he talked about that before, where the president put 3% of the population in prison and then crime went down by 95%. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. I remember my childhood watching movies that played in South America and Middle America and stuff like that. And I always was like, yeah, looks nice. Would like to go there. Yeah, cool. And now, who wants to go to Mexico? Unless you want to take drugs and, you know, do the deed with a prostitute. No one. People went to Mexico for holidays with their wives and kids back in the day. They don't do that anymore. Way too dangerous.
And also, all you really need to do, like, you don't need to look at GDP. You just look at the pictures. You
Yeah.
just look at the pictures. The place
That's
looked
true.
great. Look at Iran before the fucking psycho retards took over. Place looked great.
Same with Zimbabwe. Look at photos from... Wait. Zimbabwe. Capital 1970. 1970. Images. Look at this. This looks nice. This is Zimbabwe. Look at these pictures. That just looks like America to the same time. Looks awesome, doesn't it? 2020. Nope. It doesn't look like that anymore. I have seen pictures. Am I proving myself wrong here? Because Zimbabwe is a shithole. Well, I guess I am. Oh, no, I'm not proving myself wrong. This looks worse. And the thing is, of course, they wouldn't demolish the old buildings because that would. They don't have the money to buy to build anything new. Zimbabwe Cyber City? What the fuck is that? That will never come. Zimbabwe is way too poor. But I had actually something very specific in mind. It was a picture of the capital of Zimbabwe when it was run, by the French, and then when the blacks years after the blacks took over, and the road was just normal road, just asphalt. And after the whites were all slaughtered and raped, the road turned into a dirt road. How is that possible? But it's not getting cleaned. But I think I disproven myself there.
That's all you really need to see. Look around 70, exactly. Look at them all. Look how happy they are. Wow. Man. Holy fucking shit. And so we got even more of these. This is in Miami. Man. Man. How about that?
And I can guarantee you, a lot of these people plan to go back. They plan to go back. They are just waiting for an opportunity. Now, what is the opportunity? Well, they still have friends and family there, likely. So they communicate with them and see how things are going. And they save some money up, and then they go back. Just go into just work or create their own businesses, maybe. Because now's the opportunity. Be smart about the things you do.
It's worldwide, it is. That is insane. Maduro's going to testify that Venezuela stole the 2020 election. He's going to name names. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have Maduro roach out on Biden. Here it is.
That would be funny. By the way, the computer system that was used in some of the states in America, the democratic ones, that comes from Venezuela. Because Venezuela does have votes. It's just, I mean, Iraq under Saddam Hussein had votes. East Germany, when it was communist, had votes. But there was only one party, so guess who wins? Only because you have votes doesn't mean you are a free country. I mean, look at Germany right now.
And blame it on Biden and say Biden stole the election. And that way everybody will finally believe it. Western liberal communists are pissed. Real Venezuelans are beyond happy. This is great for both of our countries. It is. It's an amazing, great thing.
This is great for every country in the world. Less drugs and a country with a lot of oil. Can you imagine how this will change? How Venezuela will change now that all the investments that will go into this country. Venezuela will become rich if they don't get fucked over again by politicians and, other countries. They can go back to being super rich. They can be great again. But they might get fucked over.
And it's also crazy that, again, like removing their figurehead. And I saw them say, oh, we're not going to give up. We're not going to, we didn't just get our guy nabbed. We didn't just get him black bagged in the middle of the night. No, that didn't happen. We didn't get all our shit blown up. No, we didn't do that at all.
Of course not.
We're ready to keep fighting.
Of course.
Yeah, talking all that shit. It's the same thing that Iran did. The exact same thing. In a historic celebratory development, millions of Venezuelans are jubilantly celebrating as socialism's grip ends after decades of oppression. The Maduro regime has collapsed in a U.S.-led operation, freeing millions from hyperinflation. What is the inflation rate in Venezuela?
It's really bad. I told you earlier, a doctor earns $20 US per year.
Inflation Rate Venezuela 2025.
The money's worthless.
270%. Oh, that's really bad. Oh, that's really bad, guys. Look how high that number is. 270%. What the fuck?
And that's the inflation of 2025. Venezuela's 2025 inflation rate remained extremely high. It remained extremely high, with estimates and reports suggesting figures around 270%, or even potentially over 500%, according to some private economists, amidst ongoing currency instabilities. And the fact, you have to keep in mind, this inflation is going on for decades. Decades. Your money in Venezuela, the Venezuelan money is completely worthless. Completely. Just like the ruble was. It kind of still is, but it got a little better. But it was really bad back in the day. But this currency is completely worthless. They have to completely get a new currency. And have to bound it to something that's worth something, like the oil.
That's how fast the flying mount goes in World of Warcraft.
Oh,
That's the fast one, too.
yeah.
Oh, my God. Look at the graph. Jesus. What a shithole. Oh, my God. Venezuelans are literally crying tears of joy.
Le queremos dar gracias a Dios por su milagro.
Oh, here we go. Let me just pause this real quick. We want to thank God for his miracle. Thank you, United States. Long live Venezuela. Man. Man. We did it. They're actually in tears. Well, to be fair, so are the fat communists here.
Oh. Yeah, but the fat communists in the West cry over everything. Like when they drop a nugget, they cry. When they shower with little kids, they cry. They cry about everything.
Man. There it is, guys. 27 years, yeah. And you see this guy. This guy he's probably somewhere around kind of my age, maybe a little bit older, I'd say. And, you know,
younger?
he's so, like, I remember what it was like whenever I was 7, right? I remember what it was like before things like that happened. So he does. Younger? He's 20? Not 20? There's no way he's 20.
Nah. Great hairline, though. That's the blood, man.
He's 15? It's stressful over there, right? I can't imagine being so oppressed you cheer if some guy kidnaps your ruler so your country can have another chance. Yeah, think about how bad that is.
Yeah.
That it's so bad that you have these people that are out here crying and cheering that we went in, we bombed them overnight, and we kidnapped their leader, and we blew up the previous leader's mausoleum. See, if Trump would do this all the time, I'd probably vote for him a third time.
Yeah.
Like, this is what we need. We need to do this, like, once a week. Like, once a week, we need to go and, like, figure out who's going to get blown up today. Democrats are crying about it. Here's the reason why they're
Of course they're crying about it. They're communists.
crying about it. It is a loss for their side. That's the main reason why.
That too, yes. Very obviously.
It is another loss for their side. Very excited to see her crying, how it feels. Tell us why you're crying. So many years waiting for this. Thank God. An immense joy. Thank you, God. It's so weird. Absolutely. Years ago, how I suffered. How they've done no harm. Yeah. And think about it like this. They're
What he missed, they killed her brother. And if they, the Maduro regime. He missed it.
There are a bunch of people that have had to leave Venezuela for political reasons.
Yeah.
The lunatics on the left think that the Iran bombing was bad. They think that what Trump did is illegal because he didn't take permission from Congress. Is it necessary to take permission for Congress for this? I don't know if it's not. I don't know if it is or not. I don't care. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Who cares? It's good. Yeah, it's not a war. Yeah, you never. The thing is that never play into somebody else's frame. Why would I give a shit whether something is legal or not?
Yeah.
Why would I care? Doesn't matter. It's something I agree with. So then it's good.
Yeah.
Read the Venezuelan comments. Oh, I will. And he was a dictator. That was warrant enough. Well, it's not that he was a dictator. There's plenty of dictators. Yeah. Thanks, Trump. Absolutely.
There are plenty of dictators that don't terrorize their population. You can have that, and those people are actually better off, because in general the people don't care if they live in a democracy or a dictatorship, a monarchy or whatever. They only care about, how's my life? Do I get fucked over here? Do I get oppressed? If you don't really go after the people, what they say in their houses and stuff like that. If you just, yeah, we are the dictatorship, we don't have votes anymore. I'm on top. As long as you don't do anything against me, I don't care. People would be completely fine with that. I can guarantee you that. How do I know? Because people are fine with living in a democracy where they literally don't have any real choices, like in Germany. All the major parties are just the same party. They all have the same politics, with exception for the AfD. They are literally the only party in the Bundestag that is different from the others. They are the only ones that aren't socialists, like real hardcore socialists. And as far as I can tell, they are the only ones that are against crime and, shit like that. Because the other parties could just stop all the crime, but they don't. I wonder why.
Absolutely. Who cares? Yeah. No, I'm not going to listen. Oh, it's against the rules. People ignore the rules all the time when it's advantageous for them.
Exactly.
Yes, 100%. And you didn't agree? Well, then it would be bad. I don't base my morality and what I think is good or bad based off of what the law is. Who gives a shit what the law is?
If the law says it's okay to, grape, torture, and unalive 6-year-olds, you want me to do that? I don't want to do that. That law is horrible. Who came up with that? You see what I mean?
Really? What are we doing here? We're going to give a shit about what the law is? No, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to think about what's the best thing to do, period. That's what matters the most. I don't allow my value.
I knew it. He pulled someone up. I saw the window there.
And my opinions to be dictated to me by some legal, like some rule. So should there be rules? Of course there should be rules.
Yeah.
But sometimes rules are made to be broken. Absolutely. Rules are for the victories? Absolutely. Bad laws are written all the time. Absolutely.
Yes, exactly. 100%.
Anyway, I've said that enough. So this person's apparently having a generational crash out. Is that true? I desperately hope Venezuela can hold off against the United States in this demonic war.
Demonic war? That guy is retarded.
Uh-huh. Right. Of course. The demonic war hasn't slept. Yeah, you haven't even slept. You've been out here tweeting about this all the time. It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, talk about calling good evil and evil good. Well, these people, again, like, where does this person live? Let me guess. It's in America?
Onion person can't ever die, okay? Trans disinfo influencer. Oh my god. What? Trans disinfo influencer? Is he trans and spreads disinformation? Or is he an influencer spreading trans disinformation? What is this? Born 1995. Hosts the Kill the Comp show and Al Conceived podcast. A serious journalist at The Onion. Oh, The Onion? Isn't The Onion a satire thing? I think it is. I think I remember it is. So this might be a satire account.
America? That's right. You live in America. So we have another gender-confused, weird communist retard on the internet that wants to explain to all the Venezuelans about why it's actually a good thing for them to have a dictator.
Okay, as a Venezuelan American, I got some shit to say. My family, my parents, my sister, my extended family, all lost everything. Their work, their savings, their investments, gone. Wiped out by a narco dictatorship that has held Venezuela in a death grip for over 25 years.
27.
What happened to my family has happened to millions, and yes, millions. The Venezuelan exodus is the second largest displacement crisis on Earth after...
What the fuck? After Syria?
Jesus.
Oh my God.
That's a lot.
I didn't even know that.
That's a lot.
Syria. This is not just...
Why didn't we take the Venezuelans and but the Syrians? Oh, right, because the Syrians are Muslims and the Venezuelans are Christians. And they are kind of white. Yeah, that's why.
It's a tragedy. It is one of the great humanitarian disasters of our time. But the suffering doesn't end there.
I didn't know this.
This regime has jailed hundreds of political prisoners.
Yep.
Thousands have been murdered simply for speaking out.
I watched a video of them running people over. I think the guys there are kind of assholes. Yes.
I remember news articles about child gangs in Venezuela fighting over trash because they're hungry with machetes. Imagine 20 kids, 10v10 with machetes because they are hungry and they want to eat the trash. That's Venezuela. That's what the commies in the West defend.
Seems like they're really a bunch of dickheads.
More than a third of the population has fled. 1/3.
That's a lot.
Not for better opportunities or for the American dream, but to survive.
Yep.
To live. Because staying often means death.
Yes, and those people, they want to return. They don't want to live in America. They want to live in Venezuela. They just left for America because they would have died.
And while the world may see Venezuela as a collapsed state, what it is in reality is an occupied one.
The fact is that, like, there's a lot of countries that are like that. I mean, like, it's the same with Iran. Like, Iran used to be, you know, one of the most powerful nations in the world with Persia, right? I mean, fuck. Look at Xerxes' empire. So really, you had all of these, like, massively successful, powerful countries in antiquity and then also in some degree of modern history, too. I mean, Venezuela was a massively rich country in, like, the 1950s, right? France, yeah, sure. Yeah, and so, like, really...
And then what happened? Socialism. And yes, it's as simply as that. It's socialism.
These countries are not, like, the people that live there are not morons. Like, they're not... It's not like they have a history of just being shit. Like, there are some countries, for example, there are some countries that were a shithole 100 years ago. They were a shithole 300 years ago. They were shitholes 500 years ago. And they were shitholes 1,000 years ago. And
basically the entirety of Sub-Saharan Africa. Oh, racist. Don't care.
I can almost guarantee that in Somalia seems like a shithole, yeah. And it's probably going to be a shithole in 100 years from now. That's it.
Our terror.
Someone said Haiti. No. But 100 years ago, yes. But before the French Revolution, Haiti was the jewel of the New World. That's how rich it was. And then, you know, the slaves got freed and they killed all the white people, and then it was over.
Our natural resources and our institutions.
Oh, and by the way, I know that for several reasons. One is one of my friends lives in Haiti, so I know, and he's a Haitian, he like generational.
Institutions have been overrun by hostile foreign powers.
Yep.
Iranian militias, Chinese corporations, Russian intelligence.
And this is another component too, is that taking this guy out weakens, you know, Russia and China's control too. This is like one thing that they had in like an area that was very close to us that could put us at risk or be a problem, and problem solved.
Yeah.
All exploiting our country with impunity.
That's right.
Venezuela is no longer just a local crisis. It is now a geopolitical threat that endangers the entire Western Hemisphere.
Yeah.
It has become a launch.
It's not wrong. Not militarily, it has zero powers, but it has oil.
Pad for an authoritarian expansion in the Americas. And in the midst of all of this, one woman has dared to lead the charge for freedom.
Is this the woman who won the Nobel Prize?
Maria Corina Machado.
I believe so.
In 2024, against every odd, she led a peaceful democratic uprising that won the election. Her team...
So if they won the...
They really had elections in 2024? Right, they had elections. I remember now. A drone with a bomb was flying towards Maduro and exploded. I remember that.
Election, why was Maduro still in power if they won the election? I'm confused, guys. What happened?
Smuggled physical voting receipts out of the country. Hard proof of victory that the regime tried to bury. Her courage has lit a fire in the hearts of millions of Venezuelans desperate to believe that change is still possible.
Remember, this story here is basically that's how the communists in the West see themselves. Oh, we have to stand up against evil, and oh, democracy. Oh, we are voting against evil, which they did. They won, and then they were suppressed. That's how the Western communists see themselves. But a communist dictator got thrown over, so they can't like that. They can't like communist dictators being thrown over. They can't like, you know, oh, this communist country is a shit show, and oh, we can't say that because we are communists, and we oh my god, no. We can't seem to be the bad guys, right? We aren't the bad guys. Yes, you are. That's, by the way, since after World War II. Only since then, fascism is counted as right-wing. Before that, it was always left-wing. But now, after World War II, they said, oh, we don't want to sit besides those. We don't want to be affiliated with them. They're now all right-wing. It's very easy to prove, by the way. Why is wanting to have a family a right-wing thing? How? How? It's not. It never was. That's the one thing where you know they are full of shit. Because guess what? All the leftist women, all of a sudden, when they turn 30, want to get married and have children. Guess they all become right-wing extremists when they turn 30. Those evil, evil women.
Of course it'll change. Everything always changes.
But
Shit
now
always
some
changes.
have questioned her decision to dedicate her Nobel Prize to Donald Trump. Okay,
Well, sure seemed like that worked out. That was a pretty good investment, wasn't it?
I get that. But here's the truth. It was a brilliant strategic move in the global chessboard of politics. Maria Corina is no fool. She knows exactly the kind of man Trump is.
Yep.
She knows how much he campaigned for it,
Yep.
loudly and relentlessly, to win that very same prize. She knows how symbolic and personal that recognition is to him. And precisely because of that, she understood that this gesture might be the thing that keeps his attention focused on Venezuela at a time
Definitely
when
helped.
US
I can't
presence
say it hurt.
and pressure in the Caribbean is
Yep.
rising.
If that really what her thought process was, then wow. Finally, I found a smart woman. Time to marry her.
She didn't dedicate that award to flatter him. She did it to
If she did, it worked.
protect and
Yeah.
preserve the one kind
cares?
of power that could help shift the course of history. Because for her, this isn't about pride. It's not about optics.
She's a Zionist. She did
It's
it for
about
Israel.
freedom.
Everything is because of Israel.
And let's be very clear.
That's true. I forgot
Maria
about that.
Corina is not asking for the U.S. to invade Venezuela.
Yeah.
She's not campaigning for war. Venezuela is already invaded.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is held hostage by a narco state, overrun by foreign agents and enemies of democracy, Russians, Iranians,
Seems that way.
Chinese.
Well, the Iranian problem, that's going away pretty fast, too.
Yeah.
All operating freely, weaponizing our land and resources to expand their influence across Latin America.
Yeah.
Well,
I said before, the problem with Latin America is socialism. It is. Because Latin America completely turned into a shithole because of socialism. Before there was socialism, it was fine. It was fine. Everything was fine. Everything. Only with socialism comes the destruction of countries and societies. It's always socialism. Always. Every country, every civilization in the world, if parts of those societies and countries become socialist, the entire thing goes to shit. Unless you kill the socialists. Which is the only solution in my eyes. You can't have them stay in your country because they will influence other people. AKA the stupid people. And there are a lot of stupid people. And that's how they destroyed countries.
Maria Corina is calling for what millions of Venezuelans are praying for is the support of the only military on earth capable of countering that threat and helping.
I feel like they got countered pretty fucking hard.
Yeah.
I'm still very shocked at the fact that we didn't lose anybody at all. They didn't even have a response, barely at all. We bombed and blew up all of their shit. And then we're done.
Yeah.
And that's it.
That's how things work out if you have a plan and a proper military to, execute the plan. It's not hard. It really isn't. It literally is like in a video game. You have a plan in a strategy game. You have a plan. You get your tools together. You execute the plan.
To free our people.
They had no defense? Yeah, exactly.
This is not imperialism. This is liberation. She's not playing partisan.
Which, by the way, there's a massive difference. Because in liberation, you free a country from a government, and then you either leave or, at the side you pump a little bit up the new government and help them with, getting shit done. And then you leave. You have a friendly relationship with that country now, which is more beneficial than taking the country under your control completely and, basically having a puppet government. That costs you more than it benefits you, actually, in a lot of cases.
Games. She's playing for Venezuela's life. Because this isn't theoretical. This isn't academic. This is life or death.
That's right, guys. But won't you think about the hypocrisy? But wait,
so
it might be hypocritical
it is time
if he
to
does
honor
this.
her bravery, but more importantly, it is time for the world, especially the free world, to recognize what's at stake. The fight for Venezuela is a fight for freedom, for democracy, and for the stability of an entire continent.
That's true, yeah. I mean, if that country's unstable, then it's going to fuck everything else up, too. That's true.
If we truly care about liberty, human dignity, and peace
100%.
in the Americas, then Venezuela's fight must matter to all of us.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you don't have healthcare because of that, but hey, if it works, we don't have healthcare because of this.
That's
Who decided
bullshit.
this? This is a false choice. So when did we have to decide that we have?
There's another retard in the chat. No, the reason they don't have free, there's no such thing as free healthcare because of all the corruption. That's all, just corruption.
Have to either protect the country or have health care. Who decided that? Yeah, it seems like a little bit of a false choice there, right? Can do both, yeah. No, people just say that in order to make things like that sound bad.
Yeah.
And yeah, Venezuela is so screwed. Their paper money is being used as art material by by artists in protest. Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, the money is
politicians,
worthless,
and
that's why you create a new currency. It's literally that simple. And yes, I say that it's literally that simple because it is. Creating a currency is not that hard. I'm not talking about a currency system. That might be a little harder, but it's only a little harder. You basically fundamentally, the currency system that we use, the fiat currency, that was created about 100 years ago, or a little more than that. That's a new thing. Currencies existed before that long, long ago, thousands of years ago, and they worked. So don't get me, but it's hard. It's not. If people in the Bronze Age could figure that out, then we can figure that out. It's not hard. In Venezuela, they have oil. Make the value of your money linked to the oil. There, done. Problem solved. And now you can't even call it the same as the old currency. You just have to get rid of the old currency. I mean, the money is worthless anyway, so taking it in to change anything is not even worth it. So you can just burn the money or whatever, and people can just work and earn a new currency. There. It's not hard. Now you can make, bring in your old currency and you trade it in for a new one. 1 billion of the old for 1 of the new. And you might think, oh my god, that's horrible. Why would you trade in 1 billion? That's so much. No, it's not. The number is big, but the value is so low. Only because the number big doesn't mean it's good. If you have big number in money, but the big number in money can only buy you a loaf of bread, then the big number of money is worthless. That's why 1 billion Zimbabwe dollar is worth less than 100 US dollars. Different size and number, different, but also different value. That's what people don't understand. Numbers have different values. If you have bread costs X money, the X money depends on the country you are in. The bread might be worth the same in all the countries, but X changes depending on the country, depending on how much value the currency has. The more you know.
Your politicians, and was a reference to a joke? I don't know. But anyway, let me see here. Nicholas
That one is good.
Your boy got nabbed in 3 hours flat. Socialists are so embarrassing, LMAO. This did not age well. Trump, this is a tweet that Joe Biden made. Read this. Trump talks tough on Venezuela, but admires thugs and dictators like Nicolas Maduro. As president, I'll stand with the Venezuelan people and for democracy. Yeah, this one sure didn't turn out very well, did it?
Wait, when did he post that? Bum 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 bum. 2020, okay.
As president, I'll stand with the Venezuelan people and for democracy.
Yeah, sure.
Oof. Yeah, this one sure didn't turn out very well, did it? Wow. Did the head of CIA just laugh when Trump said 6'7"?
What?
A long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have 2, on average 2 a week in Washington.
He's smiling. I bet he has young children. And with young, I mean, elementary school, 12, something like that. Oh, this is great.
In our capital. We don't have that anymore. A long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have 2, on average 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore.
This is the director of the CIA?
This is awesome.
Head of the CIA. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my fucking God. Well, there it is. He has kids? Yeah, I know. Did Trump do that on purpose? He had to have, right? He had to have done that on purpose.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't believe that Trump did that without knowing what he was doing. He absolutely did. He would have said it differently. Like, it took us 6 or 7 months to plan this. You know, he would have said it differently.
Purpose.
We can see here many people who are deplaning here, climbing the steps in a very slow fashion.
Uh-huh.
We can see somebody being helped down the steps. It looks like that person's arms
different
are
oil?
in front of
Really?
them.
That's Maduro.
All right, so
It's
this
too
person
dark.
is,
Why do they
in
make it
fact,
take so
in
long?
shackles, and so we believe
That's a dumbass.
that
Damn, bro. Like, can't y'all get a flashlight or some shit?
To be fair, the image quality is really bad. It's really bad.
What are y'all doing?
again, very difficult to discern everybody. I'm seeing what you're seeing here at
Oh my
home, which is a lot of
God.
movement.
Reminds
off
me
these
of watching-
stairs. We
Waited
know
for
that
it to
this
get
is the
dark.
plane that
The
is
news
carrying
in the
Nicolas
90s.
Maduro. I can't say with 100% certainty that the person
And the
that we're
80s.
seeing is in fact Maduro.
It's probably
because I
one of
can't
them,
see it with
right? I
enough
mean,
clarity.
shit. This is,
But we
bro,
know
come
that
on.
And yes, I just
Can't y'all
dated
get somebody
myself.
down there?
are on this plane and are going to be now
He wouldn't
headed
stop
to
crying?
a
Yeah.
different facility.
Did he really
So they're
cry?
gonna put him in
Would
that
be funny.
shithole in Arkham Asylum? How about that?
We see lots of law enforcement officers that are carrying bags off
Oh.
of this Department of Justice.
Wait, plane carrying Maduro. Wife lands in New York? His wife left the country immediately. Oh my god. Now was that... Was she forced by America to leave in a different plane? Did they take her too? I would guess they did. I would guess so, yeah. Makes sense.
this plane.
They're waiting
after
for it to
the
get dark for
plane
better
sat on the
security.
tarmac for the better
You know
part
what?
of the
That's
last
probably true.
hour.
That's a good point.
We see a very strong presence here. A lot of people surrounding the subject.
Yeah, that's
I'm gonna just wait and see what happens after this.
You can't see shit here.
Historic moment? Yeah. I mean, they got his ass.
The person is now being walked on the tarmac,
They got his ass.
potentially to a waiting vehicle or
Yeah,
helicopter.
yeah, you
but I
can
have
see
to
him.
exactly
He's here,
where this
right
person
It's
here.
is
like this
going.
guy right here. Look at
Yep.
him. They're all around him. It's got to be him, right?
Person to our view looks like they are wearing blue clothing.
They're recording this
Everybody
with a
else,
Nokia
Law
phone.
enforcement
Yeah.
wearing
It's
very
being
dark
recorded with a
clothing,
Nokia phone.
dark jackets. Now our view is obscured. We can no longer see the subject.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't y'all do that? Fucking. Yeah, they did wait for it to get
Looks like
dark.
They could be going into a
Yeah.
hangar.
There's no way. Like, yeah, they waited for it to get dark before they
Yeah.
turned the light on.
Yeah,
That's probably what it was.
absolutely.
Yeah. They're
And they had the lights off on purpose so no one could execute him. Or try to free him. You would be crazy to try to free that guy. There, it's crazy.
smart.
All right, it
They
does
don't
not
fuck
look like we
around.
are going to get a better vantage point here, unfortunately.
What if they're waiting for it to be
But I
dark
can
because
tell
they
you
actually
that the
didn't
plane
get
that was
Maduro?
carrying
It was another guy
Venezuelan
that looked
President
like him.
Nicolas Maduro
That would be funny.
And
did, in
they
fact,
didn't want
land here at
CBS to
Stewart
find out.
International Airport north of New York City. The plane
Because
carrying
they gotta
Maduro
get somebody
and his
out there, but, like,
wife,
as a
and
body
we did
double?
see somebody
Like, oh, fuck,
deplaning
bro, like, we
with
can't-
shackles and
Remember, Saddam Hussein had also several body doubles. Several.
a large law
Didn't
enforcement
stop
presence.
America.
What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do about this,
We
guys?
know that the process now will be.
Uh-huh.
Well, let's go ahead and talk to Anna Schechter about the process. What is the process now, Anna?
So at this point, Maduro and his wife will be escorted, likely with DEA agents on board an
DEA, not
aircraft
DEI.
to New York, to Lower Manhattan, where he and his wife will need
Wait. Is this a primarily DEA operation? Because that would be so cool. I mean, I'm not on the side of the DEA because, you know. No, the ATF. The ATF. The ATF are the bad guys, not the DEA. But yeah, it would be cool. Man.
to be booked. They will likely be fingerprinted.
They're gonna
at
fingerprint
the
him.
DEA.
Like he's a
New
fucking
York
just a
field
common
office
just
in
a common
Manhattan.
drug
So
dealer.
Because he is.
this is a drug
Oh my God.
trafficking case, they're taking the usual steps. And this is
Yeah.
how
Oh.
He's
they
getting
They see this as a just a drug trafficking case? Oh, he will get life in prison several times. Oh my god, yeah, he's done. He's done. He will never get out of prison. Unless.
would do
booked
it.
like
They would
anybody,
go,
like
and it's-
mugshots. Yeah, they're gonna give us
DEA that is
mugshots too.
The lead essentially
Oh
in
my
terms
God.
of the investigative agency that supported the
How
prosecutors.
fucking embarrassing.
In building their indictment.
Can you imagine
and
you're
they
like
are a
living
big
in your
part of
multi
this.
like fucking
So
$1 million
they're
mansion.
going to
You're running a
the
country.
DEA
and then
New
this shit
York field
happens?
office. Then they will be housed.
That would suck.
According to our sources, subject to change, but they'll be housed at
Yeah,
the
it would really
Metropolitan
suck, man.
Detention Center. That's in Brooklyn. They'll probably reach there by
Trump should
midnight,
post
I
the
imagine,
mugshot.
Tonight. Sleep overnight.
Of course he will.
there and
Yeah,
be
of
held
course.
Of course he
there
will.
Until
And even if he wouldn't, the DEA will.
what we expect to be an arraignment as soon as Monday. That's what our
Wow,
sources
that's
are
really
telling
fast.
us. They,
That's like
at
in
that
2 days.
arraignment, They will likely be read. The charges, which
Common
are
mule.
conspiracy-related charges, drug trafficking, and weapons charges. They will be read those charges.
president to shitty
asked
person?
If they understand
Yeah.
them. We may or may not get a plea. Likely we'll get a plea at a later time. I do
I bet we will.
expect that they will likely plead not guilty.
I didn't do it, guys.
Get a lawyer like any other defendant. And this could likely go to trial, or they could arrange for a plea deal. I've talked to some lawyers and legal analysts.
Yeah, I will not be surprised at all if there will be a plea deal. If he rats out a bunch of people. Like a bunch of people.
Who think that possibly there's
just roach out our own guys.
That could be in the works.
Roach them out.
Early on in a case like this.
That's what I want.
We'll see. It remains to be seen. And
then we can just let this guy live in some fucking island or something, right?
Charges are so
I heard there was an island that got freed up recently. Maybe you can go live there.
It's a 25-page indictment.
What?
But I've seen longer.
Yeah, just go fucking go over there.
Oh, Epstein Island.
Other indictments out of the Southern District of New York.
What?
You can get
like Napoleon. Yeah, I did it with Napoleon.
Or even longer with more.
They sent him to an island twice.
Detail. So this is not
sent him to North Sentinel Island.
You do have a few meetings detailed where cash was, as in the form of bribes, exchanged hands, narcotics exchanged hands. Maduro's private plane allegedly was used for diplomatic cover to transport drugs and transport the money.
Do you think Maduro will ever be a free man?
Drug sales in the United States. All of that is laid out here.
I think that there's a good chance that he could get off and he could get away with some of this if he cooperates with the authorities and he helps them catch the other people, right? I'm gonna just pause this because I feel like there's not really. I'm gonna give it like 5 or 10 more minutes and then I want to look at the press conference. But basically, like, get off. No. This is really what I would do, right? If I was the government, I would say, hey, listen, we're gonna put you, your wife, and your son in jail forever. It's just what's gonna happen, and put you in general pop, and they're gonna tear you apart, and that's life. Welcome to the rest of your life, and like you either do that or you give us all the names of all the people that are problematic in our government, and then you tell us how to find the evidence to get them locked in on charges. That's really what I care about. That's what I give a shit. Because Maduro, at this point, he's done, right? He's done. We did what we needed to do with Maduro. Like, whether we want to crucify the guy, let him go live out in exile, it doesn't matter. He's effectively out of the equation.
Yes, and even if he would go back to, everything is done. He all cooperated. He's free. He can't go back to Venezuela. He will get arrested immediately.
So now it's like, okay, well, you did that. Great. Now what are you going to do with the guy? Like, I mean, because if he has other information, then that's going to help everybody. They would Epstein him. Well, then just say you're going to kill him if he doesn't. Simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you mean? Like, why not? Guy's he's a fucking national leader terrorist. Yeah, torture him. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of ways you can make something like that work, okay? We could just lie, let him not go after him. Yeah, I don't know. Guantanamo Bay? Of course. He gave up for a reason. They'll give him a sweetheart deal. I don't think it needs to even go that far. I don't. I think the truth is that, once he realizes the nature of his situation, I think that he'll probably be a lot more reasonable. Do you support this action? Of course I do.
Yeah.
Of course. Absolutely. Completely.
Absolutely.
I don't know about cooperation. He was extremely hostile to America, and this is America we're talking about. The intelligence needed to capture is insane. He was so blatantly corrupt. Yeah, but it's a lot. The thing is, like, everybody like him, and you saw that interview with him in the car. No, it's actually Colombia that's doing it. I don't know why they keep blaming me. Like, this is not me. And then, like, 3 hours later, he's in the helicopter. Yeah, you could see he was stressed out. He was upset about it.
Yeah.
Do you support torture? Sometimes, yeah. Sure. If I feel like it'll lead to a greater goal, absolutely I would. And by the way, like, people say, oh, you shouldn't do that. Why not? Why not? Really? Of course. Absolutely. If it will serve a goal that is in the best interest of the country, then I would do it. Duh. Why wouldn't you do it? It's stupid not to. So you should do whatever you need to do in order to achieve a goal. I don't think about whether something's good or bad. I think about whether something will move me forward or backwards from what my goal is. And I operate off of that one individual principle for everything. That is my guiding principle for my entire life, is that I only think about that one thing. Deport him back after he roaches out? Yeah, sure. Ends justify means? Of course. So that's national pride? Yeah, people are so gullible seeing his shit doesn't happen? Yeah, of course, right? He literally funneled his prisoners to America under Biden? I think that probably happened to a degree. So you kidnap someone's kids and use them as leverage if needed? Sure. Of course. Without a second of hesitation. Absolutely. If it would save Americans? Yeah, duh. Like, what do you think happens whenever we blow up somebody's house? Like, yeah, like, what do you think happens whenever we blow up one of these Taliban leaders' houses?
Yeah.
It kills their whole family.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
And that's what they actually are afraid of. Not themselves dying, their family.
What do you mean? Everybody, like, do you ever, have you ever thought about this for even a second?
That's also why the Mongols, when, you know, someone would come and, you know, stir up shit, they would kill the entire family. Just the entire family gone. Of their occupied countries. They did that a couple of times to Muslim areas because they were stirring up shit. So they killed the entire families. Works just fine.
That's how it is. That's the way it is, guys. Jesus, some people are so fucking naive, it's sad. Of course. There's a good reason why they took his wife and son with him. Yeah, definitely. And so we still in here trying to rationalize another forever war with petrol companies. Is this a forever war? I feel like it.
Yeah, this is over.
3-hour war actually. Yeah, petrol companies. Yeah, bro. Like that's a bit of a European self-report, huh? How about that? See, like for me, like I look at what's the greater good. What is the best thing to do? And sometimes you have to do bad things for a good thing.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way it is. It's life. So
I mean, communists literally believe the same. That's why they want to kill everyone that's not a communist. I mean, what are we talking about?
You just acknowledge that, and rather than try to talk around it or be afraid of it, just say this is the way it is. And these are the Democrats. Oh, here we go.
Stop bombing Venezuela! The U.S. launched
They don't know what to chant.
a massive criminal bombing campaign on Venezuela. This war has nothing to do.
Stand with the Bolivarian Revolution.
What the fuck does that even mean? What does it even mean? Bolivarian? It's a mixture of proletarian and Bolivian, I would guess. But Bolivia, you know, the country. This is so retarded.
I really wish that we could take these people and just send them over there. I do. I think this would save everybody a lot of time and trouble.
Yeah, bring black slavery, enslave these people, and then sell them. Yeah. I'm all for it.
We just find these people that think this stuff, and it's like, okay, you're a big fan of this. All right, sounds good. You're going to go over there now. That's it. Now's the chance to send them over. Yep.
They will talk to their allies in Peru.
No more.
You know what I would like to know? Who organized this? Because I can guarantee you none of these people did.
Oh my God. Stand with the dictator that ignored. See, this is the stuff that I think is very funny. The level of cognitive dissonance that you have to have in order to be the same people that were out there protesting no kings with Trump being a king is also the same people that are out there protesting supporting a person who ignored an election to become basically a de facto king.
Yeah.
See, this is what I've said before about how you never should look at these people as never convince yourself that these are people with strong convictions. They're not.
I said that earlier in the video. These people believe two things that contradict each other. Directly. like we just here have the example. Two contradictory beliefs. And that's what's fucking with their brain. That's why they are crazy and angry all the time.
They're just simply advocating for what they want. That's it. They're advocating for what they want, and that's the way they should be treated. To the extent that you engage with them in good faith, as if they are, you know, some sort of conscientious objector, some sort of principled, you know, political person, you then lose. You lose because you're not playing the game that they're playing. I can't stand. I hate seeing protesters. I know.
Is about oil.
I know.
This war is about taking
Defend Venezuela. Release Maduro.
What the fuck? What a retard.
Venezuela. They have now kidnapped.
I think what we should do is we should just take everybody that thinks like this. We should take what's a state that nobody cares about? Like one of the.
It's not Alaska. Alaska is too important. Too much oil.
Square ones that everybody just flies over. Nobody really gives a shit. Well, what's the state nobody cares about it? Idaho? They have potatoes. Wyoming. Nobody cares about Wyoming. Yeah, that's a good one. So we can take all of these people in the country and we can just put them in Wyoming. And then we're going to say, listen, you guys can have your communist utopia right here, but you can't leave.
To be fair, that's literally what communist countries do. They don't allow their population to leave. That's literally what they do. Which is the funniest thing. I think he doesn't even realize it while he was saying it, but that's literally what communist countries do. They become communist and then no one is allowed to leave. Fun. That's so funny.
I think this would be a very fair decision. Like you can do whatever you want. You can have your own government here and everything else, and it will be a lot of money. It would be a lot of money it would cost to do this, but I think it really would be worth it.
Yes,
I do. I think this would really help everybody
think so too.
out. Wyoming would murder them all. It's Wild West there. Well, that's not my problem. That's their problem.
How is that a problem? Personally, I would say, you know, put them in the wild and let them survive. Yeah. Just just drop them on I don't know, the Rocky Mountains. Here's a parachute here. Go down. Yeah, survive. Good luck. You can even make a TV show out of that, or you know, YouTube live streams and shit like that.
President of Venezuela.
We should just do that in Canada. We could send them all to Canada.
What country has the right to put on trial the president of another?
The one with the bigger military. I mean, duh.
We do.
Yeah.
Nice that you could ask. Yes, we do. Now, why do we have that right? Because we can.
Since when does the Trump administration have the moral, legal, or even political right to put another president on trial?
The moment that we did it.
Donald Trump in the USA! Donald Trump in the USA!
Is gay.
Stop bombing Venezuela now!
What a fat
Wait, what?
retard. Oh my God.
What did he say?
How pathetic. You didn't even think that one out. Oh my God. Is gay.
Stop bombing Venezuela now!
What a fat retard.
I didn't even really understand that. Did he slip up and wanted to say Palestine? But intermix it with Venezuela? I think that's what happened here.
Oh my God. How pathetic. You didn't even think that one out. Look at this, bro. This is it right here. You see that?
Yeah, all these old white cunts.
What have I tried to tell you guys again and again and
unmarried, childless woman. The worst enemy you can have in your country.
Again. In 20 years, we won't have to worry about all these people because they'll be dead. But
Thank
until
God.
then, we have to listen to this. Isn't it annoying?
Now! Biggest.
He's probably talking about himself. No war for oil. You are not allowed to rape Venezuela either. And it's some stupid old woman.
That probably goes off grape corn. Yeah.
Jesus. Jesus.
Weren't fond of his leadership. He came in 2014 and really scooped the people under his wing.
Who will be next?
I just wanted to say hopefully Somalia, but the thing is, Somalia is actually doing better over... Wait, was it Somalia? Or was it a different country? Was it Eritrea? I don't remember. One of these countries started to produce more and more food for their population. I think they wanted to produce all the food for their own population until they wanted to be ready for that until 2030 or 35 or something like that. And with that, still accounting for their population growth, which is massive. I think it's 6 kids per woman. Jesus, that's massive.
Great question.
By 2016, they never.
Yep, great question.
Funny that they say stop bombing Venezuela now. They aren't bombing it anymore. It was just one night.
Who should we put on
Somalia? Who do you guys think? Is it going to be Somalia, Cuba, or Iran? I think Iran's going to...
Personally, I think Cuba would be better than they have that out of the way. Cuba can start growing. And with growing, I mean, you know, the economy, because Cuba that basically doesn't have an economy. And just imagine all the tourism that will get there. That alone will jumpstart the economy. And then you, I don't know, produce some goods, like, well, their cigars are famous. At least I grew up with, you know, Cuban cigars being famous. Then they can produce, what else do they produce? I think they produce rum and stuff like that. Yeah, you lift all the sanctions against Cuba and then they can just grow. And it will grow. I absolutely believe that, because Cuba is basically very famous, at least in the West. People will want to go there, because Cuba, the buildings, when they aren't completely run down, they are nice. The cars they drive, they are old, but they're really nice. So, and the people of Cuba are nice. So, it should work out.
happen on its own. So is it really going to be Somalia or Cuba? What do y'all think? Or Colombia? You think a lot of people are pretty favorable towards Colombia? Or sorry, Cuba.
Campaign against the Venezuelan people. Who should be put on trial?
It's America! This is America! This is America, y'all! Come on! This is America, y'all! I'm sick of this shit! I'm sick of it! I'm fucking sick of it, bro! This is America! Woo! I am fucking at the end of my fucking rope, bro. You have tyrants fucking...
Wait. He calls the dude that says, oh, this is America, a traitor? How ironic. Zero self-awareness.
I want to say so much, but what can you say when you are literally told that...
I can't listen to Fatty.
I'm gonna listen to that.
Yeah.
You're lucky I never gave a... I'm lucky. I'm lucky. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
That's about right, isn't it?
And Michael, fuck you up. We know
Of course, the peaceful people are the ones that want to beat everyone up, right? It's always the same. The people that call themselves peaceful and good people are always the people that are violent and shitty people. All the time.
What are you doing?
A Trump cock-sucking faggot.
Oh, God. They're really getting in their feelings, huh?
You're ice, right? Donald Trump. You're fucking ice, right, Rubio?
Ice?
That it's so retarded. So he is trying to insult the guy by telling him that, oh, you are sucking ICE agents' dicks. So basically what you're saying is, you gay. And that's bad. So is he now a homophobe? Oh, I didn't know that being a homophobe is now being a leftist. I mean, is that a thing now? Have they changed their stances there? I wonder.
I think we might have ourselves a 2%er here. Tolerant left, by the way, they're bringing that word back. I think in the next 5 years they're going to be able to say it again.
Yep.
No, I'm not saying for sure, but I think that things are moving in that direction. What do they think they'll accomplish with these protests? Who cares? I don't mind the protest.
Oh, they're just there because they're getting paid. I absolutely believe that these people are getting paid, and the majority. And then you have these outliers like that freak from the last video, last scene. He's there because he believes in this stuff. Because he's retarded, which we all saw that he is retarded.
Protests are fine as long as they're not causing trouble. Maduro gets captured by the USA, Venezuelans, and communist teenagers with iPhones. There it is.
Yeah.
And it is insane for me to see it. By posting this, Trump is violating Article 13. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Where do these people come from?
They come from hell. And now, we do something funny. Not looking at that. I mean, that's hot, but not funny. US getting Maduro. I don't even need a lot of. Do we have shorts? We have shorts. We have shorts. What the hell? Oh my God. Yeah, that's yeah. Large scale airstrikes. Well, the first one was, look at this. Is it me, or were there just a lot of hits at the same point? I think that's what we saw here, right? This is crazy.
How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want Venezuelan people to hold elections?
Yeah, I can't
At least
understand.
7 explosions and low-flying aircrafts were seen late last night in the country's capital city. This footage shows the attacks from the hangar of a military base in the area, now without power. Following the attack, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro ordered all national defense plans be implemented. President Trump posted to Truth Social just hours ago, calling the attack a success. He says that Maduro, along with his wife, were captured and flown out of the country. And we've just learned that Maduro has been indicted on 4 separate charges, according to Department of Justice head Pam Bondi. A news conference is scheduled for 10 this morning, where we're expecting to learn more details on this.
4 charges, drug trafficking, drug trafficking 100%, maybe murder, or conspiring to commit crimes, I don't know. Corruption? Maybe? And then something else, I don't know.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has been captured after the US struck the capital city of Caracas overnight.
Yeah, that's...
For the record,
I shall
I know.
I shall dispel the seal tomorrow.
Yeah. Why was there frieren? Oh yeah, because I watch frieren stuff all the time. Live coverage. US captures Maduro in Venezuela's strike. Guess what we watching?
Into our country, killing countless Americans. He was one of the largest narco traffickers in the world and a threat to our national security. This morning, he was hanging out. We also saw some low-flying aircraft sweeping through the capital, as Maduro's government immediately accused the United States of attacking civilian and military installations.
Of course, that's what you do.
The Venezuelan government called it an imperialist attack and urged citizens to
Of course they do. They're communist.
Take to the streets, and that's what we have been seeing there, that live look out of Venezuela.
Ooh.
It was not immediately clear right now who is running the country.
Yeah, and yes, we have seen that before.
Another question we had was where Maduro is located, and we do know he was on a U.S. warship. That just came out moments ago there from President Trump. But President Trump announced these developments on Truth Social shortly after 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And that's the last time we have heard from the president. So in just about an hour here, we are going to be hearing from him at Mar-a-Lago, a live press conference. But President Trump had said in that Truth Social post that Maduro had been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country.
We actually going to watch this one. Looks more interesting. And with more interesting, I mean more explosions. Of course. Of course. I'm a man. I like explosions. So do you, I guess.
Amor. Ay, no.
Those hit basically all the same spot.
Mira eso. Mira eso.
Oh yeah, that's the helicopters that landed on the palace, house, whatever of Maduro. That's where the ground units are in. Or that, both. I've seen something similar earlier before I started streaming. Oh yeah, this is, oh. So many helicopters, oh my god.
Mamá huevo, qué locura. Moscaí. Mira esa mierda, explotaron allá toda esa mierda porque tú me estás explotando.
He said US, right? So he immediately knew it was America. Which is not surprising, who else would do that? I thought there was a light. That's just, I don't know, some reflection. I guess we will soon see explosions or helicopters. That was absolutely nothing. The town looks nice, to be fair.
Mierda, marico, se prendió el peo en esta mierda, ¿oyó?
That's, by the way, far away. Now we had... The sound takes a couple of seconds to arrive. About 4 or 5? So that's 4 or 5 kilometers away, at least.
Mamá, huevo, ¿qué mierda es esta?
Woman, always screaming. Always screaming.
Mira ya, mira el quemado.
I have to say, this reminds me of the footage that we saw last year of Iran when it got bombed.
Hay un bombardeo. Ok, levanta Braina, levanta Braina.
By the way, funny thing, RT is banned in Germany. Because, oh, Russian propaganda.
Pues llámame mamá. Vamos bien, Michi. Vamos bien.
Man.
Se escuchan helicópteros, son las 1:58 de la mañana.
We don't really see a lot. Just some
Están
explosions.
atacando el fuerte Fiuna.
I think it's very interesting that even if we see a lot of explosions at a very close age. Oh, let's start that again. Here you see, you know, several targets being hit that are kind of far apart, and then in others you see a lot of hits on a very small target, basically. So these are very, very precise hits, very precise. It's not like this is oh, we bombing entire cities. That's not what they do. Also, that would be extremely expensive. I mean, here each hit overall cost. I mean, not only, you know, the missile or rocket. You have also to think what's behind it, all the logistics. It's probably 1 mil, maybe even more. Oh, the helicopters. So these hits might have been anti-air units.
Ay, mira, mamá, huevo, ¿cómo sigue explotando? Mamá, huevo.
Uf, yeah.
Uf.
Uf.
Ay, mamá, huevo. Erga, se metieron los de la USA, papi. Los que tienen 14 años son más grandes que Kenia. Ay. Ya los pregunto. Mamá, huevo, se metió. Vas a ver un incendio, pero una vaina. Oye. Marico, oye algo. Está pasando.
Marica, se prendió en candela, weón.
Viene otro.
Oh. They were close.
Mosca. Dale.
Y allá, mira, allá.
Ay, chamo.
Serán bombas que pasan.
Mamá, que pasaron aviones. Sí, yo escuché. Ay, mamá, mira otra.
That's either a military installation or something that belongs to Maduro personally or someone higher up. That's the only explanation I have for why there's no light around it. Because we see here, that's the city, and that's not.
Shit. Ay, mamá. Apaga las luces. Ay, carajo. Shit.
shit. Paga eso y apágalo. Mamá, tremenda explosión. Sí, mamá. Para allá, mira.
She probably told him to be careful.
El teléfono, no sé qué hace que los nervios te lo...
Oh, here they go again. We have seen it already. But it's still fascinating. Oh yeah, this is definitely anti-air here. That was hit by America.
Mamá huevo, qué locura. Moscaí, Moscaí. Mira esa mierda, explotaron allá toda esa mierda porque tú me estás explotando.
I'm absolutely certain that was anti-air positions.
Mierda, marico, se prendió el peo en esta mierda, yo. Huevo.
And most likely other military positions that could defend against helicopters.
Marico, llegamos a tiempo a la casa, yo. Marico, mira esa mierda.
Oh, what the is that? I thought that's on the... Is that on the water? I think it looks like it's on the water. No idea what that is. Also, what I think is very interesting is that the explosive amount, you know, the actual, let's just say TNT, the explosives, you know, they aren't even that strong. If you compare this to World War II footage, the bombs in World War II, they were massive. They were huge. They had huge amounts of explosive in it. And would create massive destruction. These aren't. This is really precision bombs and missiles that land. Which I think is fascinating, just from a standpoint of technology. The destruction of the actual target is the same, or almost the same. It has the same value of destruction, but you don't destroy everything around it. Because destroying this back in the day, they would have destroyed everything around it too, because they weren't that precise.
No, marico, esto no puede ser en serio. Marico, vamos a moverla. Graba ahí, graba ahí.
Oh, yeah, this is... I thought that might be, you know, sea with harbor, but I'm not sure. Are these islands? I don't know.
Sí, sí. Marico, tengo el corazón a mil, pues.
Could be. And there's more water, or it's mountains. That's also a thing. Oh. I really wonder how many hits that thing had. And what it was that hit. What was that? Cluster bombs? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe a lot of stuff there exploded. I'm really not sure. Good video. Good video. Almost 2 minutes. Mainstream media is dying. Oh. We are watching the original, and then I watched the old one later. 5 months ago. Oh. Yeah. We gotta watch that now. Because I want to.
There is more high-quality content available than ever before, and yet most people feel like there is something missing. There was once a time where it felt like we were all on the same wavelength when it came to entertainment and pop culture. Everything felt more impactful. Movies were bigger. Music spread further. Famous people were actually famous.
Yes, I can explain. Back in the day, a movie like Jurassic Park was generational. I mean, Jurassic Park, the original Jurassic Park, is still being referenced in other media. That's how big the impact was. Why was that impact so big? Because they did things that were impossible before it, because they literally developed the technology for it. How many oils do you think the US are gonna steal from Venezuela? I don't even think they need to steal. They will just kind of help Venezuela to, get back on their feet, and then they just trade with them. That's literally all they need to do, and it will cost them less than doing anything else. So back in the day, we also had the phenomenon of, we in Germany called it Straßenfeger, which basically was when a TV show came on, and in Germany it was Miami Vice. Everyone was watching Miami Vice. When Miami Vice was on TV, the streets were empty. They were empty because everyone was home watching Miami Vice. Makes the most sense to you, makes the US the hero, yeah. Yeah. So that's that. And then, like I said, for Jurassic Park, they developed the CGI technology for the movie. Literally, they made it for the movie. And the same goes for Terminator 2. The CGI in that movie was revolutionary. And the CGI basically only was for the T-1000, when I remember correctly. I haven't seen a making of the movie in decades, so I'm not 100% sure. But that was where the most CGI was, if not even all. For example, there's a scene where a police helicopter flies underneath a bridge during a highway chase. That was an actual helicopter flew underneath a highway bridge. That actually happened. Today you wouldn't do that. You would just CGI it. But back in the day that wasn't possible. Oh man, CGI these days disappoints me in comparison to those movies. Back when they used practical effects mixed with CGI, this was the standard. Yes. That's what they did in Jurassic Park 1 and I think 2 also. Yes, they did. The 3, I think they also did, but I don't remember. And that's also an important thing. For example, very noticeably in Star Trek, the TV shows, they switched from models to CGI completely. And you notice. Remember the mini city they made for Terminator 2 for the nuke scene? I don't. That was one thing where I thought there was CGI. But when I now remember back, yes, it's very obvious there were miniatures. Which looked great. It looked fantastic. You have the same with the Lord of the Rings movies. The miniatures of Moria looked great. They were fantastic. And the same goes with the miniatures of, not miniatures, in Alien 1 and 2, the spacecrafts, right? Miniatures. They look awesome. They look great. compared to, you know, how you do flybys of spacecrafts these days, it's all CGI. And you know it's CGI because you see it, because there's no weight to it. Lotto CGI still looks pretty damn good today. Yes. Because they cared. They cared. They wanted to make it look really good. That's why in the past 20 years, CGI in movies, it's all the same slop. It's all the same. Now, for example, when it comes to Jurassic Park and Jurassic World, the CGI in the more new Jurassic Park and Jurassic World movies looks better than Jurassic Park 1. Of course they do. Of course they do. But they don't have an impact. They never had an impact like the CGI in the first one had. Why not? Because the CGI in the modern Jurassic Park and World movies, that's just evolutionary technology. It's not completely new one like it was in the first one. That's the difference. Your brain knows it's fake. Yes. Yes. That's why I can't get invested in all these movies these days anymore, or TV shows, because I know what I'm seeing is all fake. It's all fake. Funny thing, Matty. Compare the explosions between an action movie done in anything before the 2000s basically and today. The explosions today look all the same, but back then they were actual explosions. The fireballs there, they actually were there, and you see it. They have a weight to it. Explosions in Arc Raiders actually look better than explosions in modern movies, which is crazy to say. It's crazy. Same, movies feel like games these days. Yeah, a lot of the time rushed slop. Yes, it is. Now all explosions are just fireballs, even frag grenades. Yeah, which is horrible, horrible. And also the same. I mean, when was the last time you have seen a chase scene, a car chase scene in a modern movie? I know there was a car chase scene in the past 20-something years that I have seen. I've seen it in a movie. I don't remember the movie though. Could have been Deadpool, but I don't remember. But chase scenes back in the day, they were standard. And they were great. They were fun to watch because things were actually happening. Not like in modern action movies where every action scene today has 10 cuts at least. And the action scene lasts 10 seconds. It's horrible. I way more prefer all the old action movies and adventure movies. Oh my god. Fast and Furious movies, but they don't hit the same. Yeah. Oh right, the Fast and Furious movies. I completely forgot they existed. I have watched, I think, one. Over 20 years ago. And I literally mean the first one. I think I saw the first one. Compared to like Blues Brothers. Oh god, yeah. Terminator 2, yeah. I watched both Blues Brothers movies. I actually like the first one the most. That movie is so fun to watch. That movie is so good. And all practical effects, no CGI, nothing. And it's awesome. It's awesome. The same with the effects for The Thing. And then the Thing prequel that came out, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago? I think 15. For the newer, which was it was a prequel. And they used CGI instead of practical effects. And the worst thing is, they already had the practical effects done. But they said, yeah, that the 13-year-olds don't want to see these practical effects. Let's make it CGI. They did the same for I Am Legend with Will Smith. They had the practical effects for the zombies. But now it has to look like a PS2 cutscene. Alien movies back in the day too, yes. Alien 1 and 2, yeah, they were so good. And then Alien 3 came, and there was the first CGI Alien. And it didn't age well. It did not. And then Alien Resurrection came, the fourth one. And I think almost all aliens there are just CGI. Unless it's a very close up. And that also the thing is, using CGI for everything, now the movies look different. Because, oh yeah, we have these CGI effects, let's show them. Just show to the world everything. Back in the day, they had to hide imperfections. But now there are no imperfections. It just looks shit. 19 seconds in the movie, by the way, and we are, I don't know, almost 10 minutes complaining already. Good start.
Awards meant something, and if there was a shocking story in the news, it was impossible to miss. It was much easier to have your finger on the pulse of pop culture, and it created this bond that we had together as strangers. And we took it for granted, because now that that bond is gone, the world of entertainment, music, movies, shows, social media feels oversaturated, confusing, and dull. I bet
because it is. It's both. It's oversaturated and it's dull because it's so stupid. Don't get me wrong. I like stupid stuff if it executed well. I mean, something stupid that's entertaining. Oh God. I can't think of something. Oh well, I can. Comedy movies. Back in the day, comedy movies were actually in theaters, and comedy movies were actually funny, and it wasn't all stereotypes and fecal humor. You know, oh shit, shit is in my mouth. They were actually funny, like Spaceballs. Spaceballs is an incredibly good comedy and satire. It's a great movie. I watched it last year again. I've seen that movie I think 10 times in my entire life. I love that movie. It's so good. It's well written, well acted. Even the special effects that are in the game, they are good. In the movie, they are good. They are a little on the same niveau as Star Wars, because they're made the same. It's incredible. It's so good. Everyone would watch the same thing on TV the night before and be talking about it the whole day at work, school. Yes. In the UK, late 90s, WWF was stupid and entertaining. That's it. But everyone watched. Yes, I watched it too. Man, I had trading cards. WWF trading cards. Oh my God. Now in Germany, unlike in the UK, of course, WWF was in English, right? But no one was speaking English. So we had the two dudes basically being the German voices of the announcers and stuff like that. Oh my God. Amazing. I loved to watch it. I loved Hulk Hogan, The Undertaker, Bret the Hitman Hart. Yeah, so good. The commentators, yes, the commentators. You don't believe that they would put money into stuff like that, right? Like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah, that was after my time. I stopped watching, I think 5th grade or something like that, maybe 6th. I don't know. But in elementary school, I've watched it all the time. When I got the chance. They cut a thought of everything. Yeah. So dumb and so entertaining. Yes, exactly. But the thing is, I can't watch the new stuff because that's too much to me. It's too grandiose. I'd rather have the old stuff. But that might be just nostalgia, you know. And again, 43 seconds in and we are... Damn, this video is gonna be long. It's too polished? Yes, exactly. It's too polished, too bright, too clean.
Most of you can relate to this. How many times these days does someone say to you, hey, did you hear about, or hey, did you see? And not only is your answer no, but you literally have no idea what they are talking about. Life wasn't always like that. What we are missing today and for the past few years is a monoculture, which is essentially one culture that all Americans are connected to.
That's not only for America, that's everywhere. With the crowd throwing chairs in the ring and throwing beer. Yeah, in the old arenas, yeah, that was great. You have the same in Germany. Germany is very, very fragmented. Because of all the different cultures that are being imported here. That's normal. That's globalism. Globalism is the destruction of civilization and culture. It's very, very, very simple.
Sometimes I even call it the death of mainstream, because nothing really feels mainstream anymore. Every decade had their own version of monoculture that was seemingly easily defined. But what will define the 2020s?
Germany, the 90s was defined basically by electric music. And quite the Love Parade. The Love Parade was peak electric music Germany. Because I think at the highest point, 4.5 or 5 million people attended the Love Parade, which was insane. And it was live on TV during the day, because it happened during the day. It's Germany like the UK, where there isn't much national pride, but there's regional pride mostly. Yes, because we have gotten that beaten out of us. Literally. German 90s dance music was big. Yes, it was. It still is. I still listen to it because it's so good. And back to the Love Parade. I watched it on TV several times, and funny thing, like 12 p.m., you know, in the middle of the day, you see half-naked chicks all the time. Maybe even only wearing boots and bikini bottom. Literally, that's all. That's all. Bare-breasted on the trucks, dancing. That was Germany in the 90s. Man, I wish I went to a rave at least once as a teenager. God bless those girls. Nah, they were all on drugs. They were all on drugs. Everyone there was on drugs. It was so much drugs that at the end, on the Love Parade, there were stands from the Red Cross and stuff like that that would test people's drugs, because everyone knew everyone is taking drugs, so let's make it safe. So you could go to those places and have your drugs being checked if they are fine. It's so dumb.
Monoculture is dead. And for anyone watching this that's like a teenager or younger, it means nothing because they can't relate to that experience. But literally anyone older than that remembers their version of monoculture and probably misses it because it represents a much more simple time. Every generation before Gen Alpha had limited options for entertainment, and they thought it was a burden, flipping through TV channels saying, oh, there's nothing to watch. But now...
Yes, and now we have TV, the internet, and we still have nothing to watch. Which is actually not true. Actually, to be fair, I watch more stuff on YouTube than I watch on TV that I actually want to watch. On TV, I watch stuff because there's nothing else coming that's better, so I watch this. That's why I ended up with Pokemon and Digimon. Even if it was out of my age range, because I was kind of too old for that. but I watched it. And the things that I actually wanted to watch that came on TV later because it was more adult stuff, like the Terminator movies. I always loved watching the movies. And funny thing in Germany, you know, on Friday at 8:15 p.m. they bring a movie, age-wise 12 years. You know, age rating. And then the next day in the morning they bring the same movie, age restricted to 6 years. How is that possible? They cut out the things that made it age restricted for 12 years old. The same things go. Wait, was that also true for movies that were 16 something? Might have. I don't remember. It's literally over 20 years ago. So yeah, I don't remember.
Our options are infinite. 3.7 million YouTube videos uploaded every day. One streaming service with every song ever made and 100,000 new songs being uploaded every day. Dozens of subscription services with thousands of...
And when it comes to music, old music is still better than new music in most cases. For example, I can't listen to modern rap. I hate it. But I grew up with rap and hip-hop. But that was rap and hip-hop from the 80s and 90s. Maybe the early 2000s, maybe. But primarily 80s and 90s. Don't get me started on this, yeah. Modern rap and hip-hop is just trash. It's just subhuman garbage. Literally. If you listen to that, you're retarded. Don't even talk to me. Same goes with electronic music. The old shit is better. Same goes with pop music. I can still listen to pop music from the 60s. It's awesome. But today's stuff, why would I listen to that? It's trash. Back when we had Tupac, Biggie, Nas, Jay-Z, Big L, Bone Fox, etc. Yeah. Who the heck have we got now? I don't know. I literally don't know. Literally, I don't. Oh, the Island Boys. Stupid bitches. Man. And I remember, oh my god, Godzilla movies. Oh my god. I love Godzilla. I love Godzilla. I don't know how we came to Godzilla from rap and hip-hop. I don't know. But I love Godzilla. I love Godzilla so much. The last time I was the first American Godzilla from 2014, I think. I was in theaters. I literally was in theaters. And then I saw Godzilla, the first scene, and I was like, oh my god, oh. Like literally, I was that annoying. And I know I was annoying because I annoyed someone sitting a couple seats aside of me. Mothra was your girl? Yeah, oh my god. Old Godzilla movies are so good. So good. Man, I'm almost about to go into a rant about a Japanese woman, but we don't do that.
Movies and TV shows, a literal endless singular feed of short-form videos that one can spend hours without realizing the time has passed. And despite having access to all of this content, a lot of us feel bored and disconnected from each other. Well, today I want to talk about that feeling like something is missing. I believe it is tied to the death of monoculture. So let's dive into how we...
No, it's undesigned to destroy society. That's why shorts are so addictive. I mean, I literally doom scrolled a couple of times already. And it's not good for my head. It's really not. That's why I try to avoid that. But sometimes I doom scroll shorts, and it's not good.
got here, where it went wrong, and actually why some of you might consider it to be a good thing. Entertainment has always evolved based on the available technology. The easier it is to consume, the less impactful it is. Movie theater ticket sales had their all-time peak in the US in 1946.
Wow.
Over 90 million weekly admissions were recorded, which means that about 60% of the US population went to go see a movie that year. Now, were movies objectively better in 1946? Absolutely not. There were just less of them, and less entertainment overall. The introduction of the television likely slowed down movie ticket sales, but opened up a whole new opportunity for entertainment. Cartoons, sitcoms, and of course, ads. You've probably never heard of Spokio, Truthfinder, or been verified, but they've definitely heard of you. These are data brokers. Their entire business model is collecting your personal info and selling it to anyone willing to pay. They provide reports like this that have information about you, including your contact info, address, your relatives, and maybe even what car you drive. This stuff isn't just floating around by accident, it's being packaged, indexed, and sold legally right now. Data brokers are selling our private information without our consent. They make no attempt to stop scammers, spammers, or stalkers from buying it.
Why would they? They make money with it.
The government does nothing to stop them. These data brokers are literally laughing all the way to the bank, probably paying off
Why would government stop them? They don't care.
Politicians, so this continues to remain legal. That's why I started using Aura, who's sponsoring this video.
And don't care? That's the best part. The worst part is they want the information too, but they legally can, so they let companies do that.
Aura finds the data brokers exposing your info and automatically sends opt-out requests to get it taken down. You don't need to fill out dozens of forms because Aura does it for you. Aura also monitors the dark web, alerts you if someone's trying to use your info for credit fraud, and comes with a VPN and password manager. And if something does happen, you're covered with up to $5 million in identity theft insurance and 24/7 US-based fraud support to help you fix it fast. You can try Aura free for 14 days at aura.com/PatrickCC. That's more than enough time to start getting your information removed from these sketchy sites. But even television has its limitations. You had to watch the show at the exact time it aired, or you missed it and had to wait for someone to tell you what happened the next day. Or even worse,
kind of like a live stream. But then we make YouTube videos out of it, and there's the what. So, yeah.
You had to read this book called the TV Guide to figure out when they were going to air a rerun. Plus,
yeah, we had them at home too. Of course. I mean, duh. Everyone had them at home. Because you needed them.
Plus, there were only a few channels, so competition for attention was fierce. But that also meant that millions of people were...
In Germany, we had, when I remember correctly, 2 channels until the 80s? The very early 80s.
Watching the same thing at the same time, with most households operating on 9 to 5.
Your mom still buys those? Oh my god. Well, your mom is probably quite old, just like mine.
5 work schedules. The only time carved out to entertain yourself was between 7 and 10. This was known as prime time, and that's when the few good shows were on. Families watched the same things together, and a new episode airing at 8 p.m. on a weeknight could dominate school hallways and office break rooms the next day. Worst case scenario, you could stay up for late night television where Letterman would catch you up on all your pop culture news. We were connected as humans, kind of operating on the same wavelength, and the entertainment added to our humanity. That is, unless you were entirely disinterested from the few available shows and movies, then you had no other options, your life sucked, and you were looking for other forms of entertainment like heroin. But at least back then, it didn't have fentanyl in it. But the way people consumed movies and television stayed relatively the same for decades. By the 1970s, 95% of...
Oh my god, a rarity. At least for America.
Households had a TV in it. And then in the 80s and 90s, there was a massive uptick in available entertainment, like an entire TV channel dedicated to showing music videos, or an entire channel dedicated to showing cartoons. But even
staying up all night to watch Monday Night Raw at 2 a.m. with the TV volume on 1 so your dad wouldn't hear. Yeah, I did the same. And the funny thing is, you really have to, you know, almost mute it. or it feels like it's so loud because it's night. He hasn't gone out for milk yet. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. What did I... The funny thing is, I know almost all of these characters. Of course, the Smurfs. Yeah, the Smurfs. Yeah.
With more niche options, primetime shows still dominated pop culture, and Americans still felt a sense of togetherness through a somewhat limited availability. Is
Sure.
music not hitting the same anymore? Doesn't it feel like you used to have a connection with others based on a shared love for the same music? Well, music...
Was Dragon Ball Z a thing in Germany? Yes, but it started in the late 90s, when I remember correctly. Either the late 90s or the very early 2000s. Should be the very, very late 90s. Because I remember watching Dragon Ball Z and doing sport. You know, I'm seeing Son Goku and I was like, yep, I want to be as buff as him. Same in the UK, 98, 99, yeah. The show is older though, way older.
Music had a similar permeating connection to monoculture with a few key differences. For most of the 20th century, music was somewhat of a luxury. Today, for $15 a month, you can get access to every song ever made and 100,000 new ones uploaded daily. $15 used to get you one album, and you had to take your happy ass to a record store and physically buy it. And if the album was in high enough demand, they might not actually have it. And that seems like a dumb thing to say, but in our modern culture, entertainment is never not available to you. These stores often had a strong sense of community and served as a gathering place for music fans. It wasn't unusual for artists to stop in and play mini concerts or sign albums before an appearance in a particular city. When people bought...
Yeah, I remember I was in the city of my town, you know, where all the stores are, and there was a promotional concert of a DJ and his singer. Yeah. They had a stage, everything. How often does that happen today? Never. Because those stores don't exist anymore.
Bought an album, they were now invested. They worked hard for that money. So to get the value back, they actually listened to the whole thing. They even tried to like the songs that they didn't initially like because they paid for it, which ultimately made them appreciate the artistry on a different depth. This uninterrupted focus on the music built a deeper connection from the fans to the...
Man, look at how pretty the girls are. And how nicely they are dressed. They do have, the thing is, they do have short hair, right? But the hairstyle looks nice. Man. No, no nose rings, no tattoos. Oh my god, so beautiful.
Artist. Fans had to imagine what their favorite musicians were like based on lyrics, a few interviews, and carefully staged photographs in magazines or posters on their wall. There was a mystique. Pop stars felt larger than life, almost like fictional characters, which is why people would pass out at the mere sight of Michael Jackson. Today we have countless interviews and endless access to all...
I remember, I mean, you are a Brit. Gertrude and Marble Looking Fire. Yeah, exactly. And you are a Brit. Do you remember when Take That broke apart? For the ones who don't know, Take That was the biggest boy group of its time. And when they broke up, girls literally ended themselves over it. And I'm not kidding. They did. They did. That's insane. But then again, we have people dying for TikToks now. So yeah. Matty remembers. Made you hate them and their fans even more. Yeah, man. That's, by the way, you should only have one god, and that should be God. And yes, that's actually a thing. The first commandment, you should only have one God. That's not even about gods. You can have a different god than, you know, the Abrahamic god. But you have only that one god that you worship. Don't worship people as, you know, gods. Because that will destroy you. Don't worship pretenders. Exactly.
Of their thoughts and opinions on social media. That mystery is gone. Artists are more accessible than ever, and because of that, they feel less special. And since music was basically a luxury, most people didn't have tons of disposable.
And look at this. Look at this. We have a punk, aside of a quite normal guy, just pants and t-shirt, and then this guy who is not a punk and not a total normal guy, because we see, you know, his shirt here, that's, I don't know, fish that thingy. And they don't, very obvious, don't hating on each other, nothing like that. But today, oh yeah, they don't interact with each other, nothing. Back then, people would interact with each other, even if they come from different subcultures in their area, in their town, in their country, whatever. Pop and grunge, probably, yeah. Punk, pop and grunge, yeah, most likely. Well, grunge, he's too fancy for grunge. He's way too fancy. I know it. I mean, I think all the Nirvana albums. Man, when I discovered Nirvana, I discovered them through the video of Smells Like Teen Spirit. I was, I think, 9 or 8, and the cheerleaders, oh my god, the cheerleaders, they made me appreciate cheerleaders with tattoos. They literally made me go, oh no, oh god, no, I like them. They made me like this scene woman. Not good, not good.
Income to buy every release they wanted to listen to, so they typically resorted to listening to the radio or watching MTV. You couldn't just search your...
Also, when you were watching, listening to radio, you could record the music that was played on the radio on a cassette. We did that. You also could record movies on VHS. We did that. We did that. And you record the movie, and when a TV break comes, you stop the recording, and then when the ads end, you start the recording again. Till your sister taped over it with a fucking Cher song. Yeah. 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 Thank God my sister is 13 years older than me. She was out of the house when I was, I think, 5. I have literally zero memory of her and I living together. Which is good. Oh, this is Guns N' Roses, right? Yeah. This is the guitarist or whatever of Guns N' Roses, yeah.
Favorite Guns N' Roses song and get that instant gratification. You had to turn on MTV and just wait for it to come on, but in the meantime, you were consuming tons of other good songs that made you a more well-rounded music listener. And that was the same predicament for everyone. So at school dances, parties, or clubs, everyone felt connected because the songs that were being played were the ones that everyone had the same access to. A lot of clubs...
And the thing is, it was more easy to like different genres of music because you were always surrounded by them. Like you said, you're waiting for a music video to come up on MTV or whatever. And there are other music videos, other genres of music you are waiting through, and you might find something that you like. That's why I like almost every kind of music. There is no, oh, I hate XYZ because the genre of music. No. No, just no. I listen to basically every kind of music as long as I think it's good. It's that simple. Same, you remember first liking hip-hop when DMX came on MTV. Oh, I remember DMX. Barely, but I remember him. My favorite was always LL Cool J. When he went down a rabbit hole. Ah, yeah. Same, man. I miss those times. Probably 1999 or 98. Oh, okay, then you were late to the show. I literally watched rap music videos in the 80s. In the 80s? Yes, in the 80s. We had MTV back then, yeah. I really liked it. It took convincing. Not to me.
Club DJs today still mostly play music from the 2010s, and a lot of people wonder why they aren't playing more modern music. Like, are we all crippled by nostalgia? Well, not necessarily, but when you play music from the 2010s, you can kind of guarantee that everyone in the club is going to know those songs. Whereas today, everyone just listens to vastly different music. What's considered extremely popular and mainstream to you might literally not be considered extremely popular and mainstream to the person next to you. Today, we have unlimited access to every song ever made. When a new song or album drops, it is just right there in your phone. You don't have to talk to anyone, don't have to buy it, don't have to wait. Most of the time, the artist is actually begging you to listen to it, or you accidentally found out about it. You didn't even want to discover it. Most people have resorted to just letting the algorithm decide what music to recommend to them because it's easier than doing all of the effort I just talked about before. Combine this lack of mono connectivity through music, requiring absolutely no effort to get access to the music, as well as artists not having the star power due to overexposure, and surprise, surprise, music holds absolutely no value to the average casual listener. Once we entered the 2000s, the rapid advance...
Yeah, I absolutely agree. What's the last music artist that you go, yeah, awesome? I can't remember. But out of my head, Michael Jackson. Yeah, there. You notice people liking songs that are in a lot of TikToks, YouTube shorts. Yeah. I can see that. Sadly, for myself too. It seems like they find music that way these days. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, how do you find music these days? Back in the day, it was, MTV, or in Germany, Viva, which was basically the German version of MTV, just in German. Little German, because MTV in Germany was in English and no one was speaking English. Yeah, how do you find new music these days? I don't know. Literally the algorithm.
Of available technology caused a dominant monoculture to become more fragmented. TVs were becoming cheaper, bigger, and higher quality. The internet was getting faster, becoming easier to access and navigate. Cell phones were in everyone's pocket. We were becoming more connected than ever, but we didn't realize it was actually going to drive us further apart.
Yeah, we have actually... the world has become more connected, but society has become less connected. Sam, you don't know either. You just listen to stuff you always have done, yeah? Same.
In my opinion, 2000 to 2010 was a great sweet spot for pop culture. I would describe today's culture as everything all at once. And the early 2000s was the same, but it was slightly more manageable. Let's start simple. Movies. Here's a graph of every movie released per year around the world. You can see the quantity of movies released remained relatively the same from the early 1970s to the late 1990s, and it just started slowly ramping up in the 2000s before it exponentially exploded. Back then,
Asia plays a massive role here, especially China and Japan, but especially China, because just remember all the movies that coming out of China now, or are partly produced in China.
There was a rhythm to it all. You'd get 2 or 3 massive blockbusters every summer, movies like Spider-Man, Pirates of the Caribbean, or The Dark Knight, which dominated culture for weeks. As fall and winter rolled in, you'd see smaller budget, more experimental, or just simple films rise to the surface. Movies like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, Little Miss Sunshine, Juno, and Requiem for a Dream. Everyone kinda knew what was coming and when it was coming, and that predictability created a shared sense of anticipation. Even smaller budget films had a shot at becoming massive, and the reason they had a shot was because people actually went to the theaters. Our last peak in movie theater ticket sales was in 2002 when 1.5 billion tickets were sold. But even if you didn't go to the theater, we had these really cool things called DVDs, where you could buy the movie that you missed.
He's right about everything here. Bollywood, Hollywood, Nollywood. What's Nollywood? Yeah. Bollywood was actually there was a hype in the early 2000s about Bollywood movies. They were everywhere in Germany, and then they disappeared completely. The last movie that probably had a lasting effect on you was Interstellar. Yeah, that movie was something. It was quite something, yeah. After that, I can't remember. By the way, how do we see superhero movies? Are we done with that now? Because I can't see that shit anymore. I'm so done with superheroes. I have seen superheroes for just superhero movies for over 20 years now. I'm done. So done. You can't stand that shit? Yeah. And the thing is, in the 90s, I really liked the Batman series, the cartoon that was coming there. Oh my god, it was so good. So good. Made me also fall in love with, oh, I forgot her name. The Joker's girlfriend, the crazy one. Harley Quinn. Yeah, made me completely fall for her. Because I was a sad, pathetic little boy. And, you know, of course I fall for the crazy bitch. But yeah, I love that show. I love the old Batman movies. Yeah, made Batman your favorite guy. Yeah, exactly. I still love the very first Batman movie. Well, no. The movies, the Batman movies from the 80s and 90s, the first two. We have all wanked over Harley Quinn. Yeah. The old one, not the new one, yeah. Yeah. The thing is, there are more and more movies, but they aren't really better. Especially when it comes to the effects. And the storytelling. I mean, how often can you tell the same story? And then it's true that back in the day, you had really big movies only in the summer. Only. If you would bring out a big movie anytime else, it wouldn't make money. Also, seasonal movies were a thing, like, you know, horror movies in October, of course. Or Christmas movies. When was the last time you have seen a Christmas movie in the theaters? I can't remember when that happened the last time. But there are really good Christmas movies, but they are all old. You think war movies are okay now, but it's way too oversaturated now. Yes. Movies are way too oversaturated. Everything is oversaturated. That's why I prefer old movies that I know or even don't know. Oh, by the way, did you know that last year there was a new War of the Worlds? I didn't know. A new War of the Worlds movie came out and I didn't even know about that. And I even watched the War of the Worlds movie with how is he called? The small crazy guy from Scientology. I watched his movie in theater. It wasn't that great, but it was fine. Yes, Tom Cruise. You didn't have a clue? Yeah.
And watch it at home. And if you didn't want to commit to buying it, no worries. You could rent the film for a few bucks by going to this magical place called Blockbuster. This is
Yeah, we had, of course, we had that in Germany too. And the one I always went to was actually in the part of town I live now in. And they closed finally down, I think 2020, because, you know, very obvious reasons. 2020. But I like going there and renting new movies for a weekend. I would watch them, have a jolly good time, and then bring the movies back. And now, why would I rent a movie for, I don't know, €2 on Amazon, and then have Amazon tell me, oh, your browser is too shit. It can't play the movie in its best quality. Fuck my hairy ass, I guess. You don't have the problems with DVDs and Blu-rays. You just put them in and you're good. Did local shops let you rent videos too? Yeah, sure. Well, not the places that sold, just it was selling stuff, you know. But we had rental places. Small town village shops had this. Yeah, I'm not in a small town or village. I'm in an actual kind of big town. And I really like that. And I also discovered movies that I would have never watched any other way, and then, you know, by going to a blockbuster. But same goes for, you know, watching TV movies. By the way, the concept of B movies is, I think, is completely dead, right? Because A movies would be just movies in theater, and B movies would be movies on VHS and DVD releases directly. And I don't know. They were actually B movie stars back in the day. I remember that. Man, the good old times. And the thing is, going to a blockbuster and renting movies, that was for us also a family event. The entire family would go there and, you know, everyone chooses movies. Yeah, like Adam Sandler, Rob Schneider, yeah. Always straight to videos movies, yes. I was more thinking of, you know, hot chicks that are B-movie actors, yeah. No, Adam Sandler movies in Germany were almost always in theaters first.
This is a store where you could essentially browse all of the movies that you didn't get the chance to see. You would actually talk to the employee who worked there, and they would give you a recommendation or tell you what everyone else is renting. Sometimes a movie was in such high demand that all of their copies would be rented, and you couldn't get it. Imagine that. Imagine any form of entertainment being unavailable for you today. Scarcity created demand, and it made the film more exciting. It made you want to watch it more. Most of those crappy yet special early 2000s comedies were the perfect films to pick up at a blockbuster, and people loved that place. The company earned
By the way, this is I think the first American Pie movie, and in America it has an R rating, you know, for adults, 18 plus. In Germany, when I remember correctly, it's 12, a rating of 12. You can't even cut it down to 6. So the movie would come on Friday or set whenever at 8:15 p.m. uncensored, age of 12. And then the next morning, they rerun the movie, cut down to the age of 6. Oh, funny shit.
Were the perfect films to pick up at a blockbuster, and people loved that place. The company earned $5 billion in revenue in 2004. The point is that you and everyone around you had this physical connection with the entertainment and was actively using their brain to choose what they wanted to consume.
Also important here, you could go, take your friends, and watch a movie on DVD that only one dude paid, let's say, $20. One dude buys a movie, $20, and now he watches it with his friends at his place. You see that? You see what we are doing? Instead of going to the theater with all your friends and everyone pays $20 and then, you know, popcorn and stuff like that. It's way cheaper. And also, you know, having Blu-rays and DVDs, you can watch the movies whenever. There is no, oh, the servers aren't running. Oh my god. Or your internet connection is not as good today. Oh, what's going on? Oh, your browser doesn't support this data format. Oh, this and that. You just DVD in the DVD player, Blu-ray in the Blu-ray player, you're good. Oh. Works way better. And you don't need an internet connection. Which is even better.
TV still had a somewhat similar rhythm in the 2000s. Primetime was still valuable airtime. MTV was in its best era, in my opinion, having a plethora of terrible yet oddly captivating reality TV shows and experimental series, while still having their sister network, MTV2, play music videos 24/7. It was one of the most versatile eras for mainstream.
Why was MTV2 not the thing for the TV shows? Stupid people.
Music with lyrical rap, crunk rap, rock, emo rock, country, pop, EDM, R&B, and countless other genres in a healthy rotation on MTV and the radio. It was just on the cusp of being overwhelming, but having it all contained on MTV and VH1 made it still manageable to keep up with. Kids were absolutely consumed by Nickelodeon, Disney.
I loved Ren and Stimpy even as a kid. I didn't know what's going on, and I only watched parts of it, but I liked it. But I'm German.
Channel and Cartoon Network, which were 3 separate networks that each had 2 to 3 shows worth paying attention to in their respective eras. We still had a healthy separation between our personal lives and our school and work life from 9 to 5, only entertaining ourselves lightly in the morning and in the evenings. We didn't have a phone to distract us from literally every millisecond of boredom. The entertainment options still felt limited enough that you could feel like everyone around you was on the same wavelength. Plus, we were still at the mercy of knowing the schedule of when new shows were going to air. But that started to die when cable companies provided DVR capabilities. You could now record your favorite shows and movies and watch them later whenever you wanted.
People that know that, you know, you could do that with VHS tapes already back in the 80s and the 90s. You could already do that.
This was the beginning of the streaming service era takeover that so many people today loathe. Today, you may feel like you are not as connected to the culture because 1, less people are going to the theaters, and 2, the DVD and TV business has been demolished by streaming services like Netflix, Hulu, HBO Max, etc. Being able to stream anything, anywhere, anytime, all while being alone in your room means there's no anticipation, no excitement, nobody to share the experience with, and therefore no real reason to watch, which is why you simply scroll and scroll through endless choices, waiting for something to magically grab your attention, waiting for something to give you a reason to watch, but it just never happens.
There's a reason I don't have a subscription to any streaming service, because there's all this shit there, and things that I actually want to watch I already have here, or I can buy a DVD or Blu-ray. which I probably should do. Man, I still haven't watched Godzilla -1. Oh my god, that movie must be so good. And I'm about almost 2 years behind. Man. So tragic.
Lighter note, every now and again, we do have a monoculture moment. I think back to the Barbie movie where girls were excited to dress in all pink and drag their boyfriends to the theaters, only for the guys to immediately after drag their girls to see Oppenheimer, where I'm assuming many of them fell asleep. I think back to...
And that when von Norman was then called Oppen Barbie or something like that. Or Barbieheimer or Barbheimer.
Squid Games, where it felt like everyone and their mother was blindsided by this dystopian critique of capitalism disguised as a fucked-up game show. As far as films go, it feels like it's only every couple of years where there is a moment that we are all in sync, when it used to be literally all year, every year. I can't even remember the last time music had a monoculture moment. I mean, sure, radio is still kind of relevant. TikTok made popular.
Radio is relevant because some people just want something to listen to, run in the background while they are doing whatever. For example, whenever you go to a construction yard in Germany, there's always a radio playing. Why? Because just having something to, you know, so you don't get completely frustrated with your work. So you have some music playing and shit like that. That's it all. Same goes for truck drivers. They have radio running, so they, for example, don't fall asleep. Because, man, driving for 8 hours, that's boring.
Songs, more popular, but there's so much music all over the place, all the time, that I don't even know what anybody's listening to anymore. For TV, Yellowstone, Severance, White Lotus, Love Island, I mean, they are extremely popular, but can we say everyone is watching those shows? Will those shows define this era?
I don't watch that shit, because it's shit. Why would I watch that?
There are a ton of you watching that are like, I didn't watch a single one of those shows. The irony of it all is that the death of a unified culture everyone seems to be feeling came with our pursuit to be more connected than ever before, because the adaptation of the internet and social media into our everyday lives was the nail in the coffin for monoculture. By the turn of the century, everyone with extra cash had a computer somewhere in the house. Our parents were using them to basically replace what the newspaper did for decades. As the desktops and internet connection got faster, we looked at forums, chatted through AOL Instant Messenger, played simple flash games on Newgrounds, and even bid on random antiques from eBay. Being connected to random people all over the world was beautiful. You were no longer limited to the thoughts, beliefs, and interests of those in your geographical location. The internet was still somewhat difficult to navigate. You know, there was a time when Google didn't have all the answers.
There was a time when Google actually would give you what you looked for.
To check other search engines like Yahoo and my favorite, Ask Jeeves, to find what you were looking for. Videos would take forever.
Never heard of that.
To load. The quality was often terrible and sometimes just straight up didn't work. Using the internet kind of felt like exploring uncharted land. That friction,
because it was.
Scarcity and lack of instant gratification was what made it special. It was worth working for. Today, we just expect things to work. We demand convenience, and we are willing to give up our human autonomy.
The thing with me is I expect things to not work anymore because the products have become so bad. Have you noticed that? Everyone, I think my age and above has to notice it, right? That things got worse. Electronic products, they break all the time. Everything is breaking all the time. Things that 100-year-old, or almost 100-year-old refrigerator still works just fine. Modern shit breaks all the time. It doesn't even work properly from the get-go. It's horrible.
autonomy for it. Initially, the entertainment industry as a whole saw the internet as a threat because of piracy. Suddenly, millions of people could download movies, music, and TV shows for free through networks like Napster, LimeWire, and torrent sites, completely bypassing traditional revenue models. Studios, labels, and networks feared the collapse of their business structures, as physical sales and TV deals were at the risk of being replaced. The internet stripped them of control, and for the first time, the consumer had the power to access content without paying a cent. From the
Wanna hear something funny? In Germany, a corn production company had built a new studio, 4.5 million mark back in the day, so around 9 million euros. And they finished that right before internet corn exploded. So the company went bankrupt. Funny, isn't it? The German, by the way, the German corn industry back in the day was the second largest producer in the world. Only topped by America. And then the internet came. And it was completely crushed. Ah, funny, isn't it?
consumer's perspective, the logic was simple. Why pay for something when you can get it for free instantly? Piracy wasn't just about being cheap, it was about convenience. Buying a CD or DVD meant going to a store, spending 10 to 20 bucks, and hoping you'd like the full album or movie. Then again, people didn't realize the nuanced value.
Wait, what did he mean with the full movie? I think that was a mistake on his side.
Of the additional human experiences they got while consuming entertainment. All that driving to the store, talking to people, limited inventory, sitting on a sticky theater seat, that was all just considered to be an inconvenient cost to getting what you wanted. But you couldn't argue against the value that the internet brought to individuals. It gave everyone a voice, a platform, and endless options tailored.
Was that really a good thing? Because look at the opinions some people have. Man, they are so retarded. So retarded.
Exactly to their preferences. And that ramped up significantly in 2003 when MySpace became the first widely accepted platform for social media. By 2005, the platform had around 300 million users.
I say it, and social media was a mistake.
And had an estimated valuation of over $10 billion. The platform allowed people to share their personal passions and stories as individuals. If nobody in your real life aligned with your interests, you would be able to find a community of like-minded people online. People started calling...
Which, by the way, is fine. Generally. And then you have people that are into torturing and... you know, doing things to animals and little children.
Random strangers on the internet their friends. They became invested in their lives, wanting to know what they were doing in their geographical location. Your connection to random people around the world started to make you disconnected from those physically around you. Slowly, the digital world began to feel more important than the physical one. As platforms evolved, first with Facebook, then Instagram, and eventually TikTok, the focus shifted even further away from a shared experience and towards personal branding. Algorithms were designed not to connect people as a whole, but to keep you personally engaged, feeding you content you already agreed with or found entertaining. The internet became less of a town square and more of an echo chamber, reflecting only your own tastes, beliefs, and biases back at you, just so you wouldn't click off the app. Social media stopped being about community and became a stage where everyone was the main character of their own story. It made individuals feel more powerful than ever, which could be considered a good thing, but it also created a cultural landscape more narcissistic, divisive, and isolated than any era in history. So the reason why movies, TV, YouTube, social media, and literally all other forms of entertainment don't feel the same is a combination of really complicated nuances. However, with a shift in mentality, you could look at all of this as a good thing. If you are a strong-minded individual, introverted, or just someone who doesn't really care about a sense of community and those around you, you are in the golden ages. For
decades. Wait, what? Non-conformity has counterintuitive benefits, study finds. Standing up for what you believe in, even when it's unpopular, is good for you. Well, duh. If what you believe is right, then it's right. It doesn't matter if it's popular or not. This is so dumb.
Really care about a sense of community and those around you, you are in the golden ages. For decades, if you didn't fit into the narrow lens of what the mainstream deemed valuable, if you didn't like the biggest pop star or wear the right clothes or relate to the 5 TV shows everyone else watched, you were invisible. You had nowhere to go. You were the weird kid, the quiet one, the one who didn't belong. But now the internet gives you infinite options to find belonging, and literally any interest you may have, no matter how unique it is, chances are there is a niche community where someone like you isn't just accepted, you're celebrated. Do you like wolves eating watermelons? So do 61,000 other people. Do you like stapling bread to trees? So do 335,000 other people.
What?
Today, a girl who was once mocked in school for drawing anime characters in her notebook can become a full-time artist with a fan base of thousands or millions. A kid who was laughed at for making weird songs on his cracked BandLab app can go viral on TikTok and then chart on the Spotify Viral 50. A filmmaker with no connections and no budget can put their short film on YouTube and have it resonate with millions of people around the world. These stories were impossible in the
That's a good thing. These are all good things. Yeah, I agree with them. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's literally nothing else to say about it.
Culture era because the gatekeepers decided what was and what wasn't. Before the internet, independence was next to impossible, and today the gatekeepers have less power than ever. So maybe entertainment feels more chaotic, more overwhelming, and less special. Maybe we are no longer all connected under a simple, easy to navigate monoculture, but there is more opportunity than ever for a small independent creator to get a taste of that success. And for consumers, if you know what your interests are and do not let algorithms decide what you want to watch and are willing to do the tedious task to actively get outside of the echo chamber that these algorithms are trying to hold you in and find that one quality YouTuber or that one underrated Hulu series, then you are probably completely fine with today's entertainment climate. Build your own world. Who cares about community? This is your life. Now, I personally go back and forth on my feelings towards the death of monoculture. I don't personally feel drowned out in content. Since I have terrible movie and TV taste, I will watch just about anything as long as there is a decent premise for the plot. As far as music goes, I am totally willing to put in the grind to find my new favorite artist, and I'm actually one of those annoying people who kind of starts to dislike someone when they get more famous. So I actively look for underrated talent, and Spotify and social media makes that a million times easier and more convenient. But at the same time, I do miss that sense of monoculture. I play a lot of golf, and when I meet new people, I've had countless conversations that lead nowhere because we have absolutely nothing in common due to being stuck in totally different algorithmic echo chambers. Sometimes the golfers don't even watch golf, so I'm just like, how's the...
But then again, who watches golf? Who? Not a lot of people.
Weather. And obviously I'm a creator, so I'm benefiting from a system that was created for me to succeed. And because of my feelings going back and forth, my channel is somewhat a reflection of the lack of and yearning for an entertainment monoculture. My YouTube channel is kind of like a 2000s MTV inspired hodgepodge of modern pop culture. Firstly, I'm reliable, posting every Monday at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And every week we talk about something pop culture related. Sometimes it's music, sometimes it's film, sometimes it's internet personalities, sometimes it's a comedian, action sports star, politics. The modern YouTube algorithm wants...
Man, I think I have to turn up my thumbnail game.
You to keep making the same video over and over with the same thumbnails and dominate one specific niche, which is why you see so many successful channels being repetitive, because that is literally what works. I try to keep a balance, and because of that, some videos get more views than others, some videos
same
bomb, but I hope you enjoy me keeping that old early 2000s variety. You can come to my channel to keep you updated with modern pop culture and feel some tiny slice of that monoculture we all used to love. Also, this was kind of a different style of video for my channel. I usually stick to documentaries that are objective and fact-based, but Recently, I've just kind of been wanting to switch it up a little bit. So I'll be looking at the comments to see what you guys think about this more conceptual or think piece rant type of video. So let me know what you think.
Great.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next Monday.
This was just a great video. This was awesome. From 3 months ago, why the US and Venezuela are on the brink of war. It's already over. Okay. We have that out of the way. We watched this one earlier. I'm gonna quickly get me something new to drink. And I'm taking a piss, then we watching this one. And after that, we play the game. Again. Ow. Ah, eat. Disgusting. Sorry. Short break. Oh, the monitor went out. Man, I think maybe I should get a new monitor. I'm making tea. Yeah, done soon. Very, very soon, hopefully. Just a hot more minute.
Minute? Moment?
Moment. Okay, I'm back. Oh, this is gonna be good. I just give me one more second, one more moment. Okay. No. Now we are good. Hopefully. So, welcome to episode 2 of The Evolution of Arc Raiders. The life of a raider. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Hopefully.
Hello and welcome back to Embark Studios here in Stockholm, Sweden. In our last video we explored the original concept for Arc Raiders, an epic co-op machine hunting multiplayer game that never quite found its feet. The Arc Raiders that exist today emerged from that idea, but while the team at Embark had a world, a handful of enemy types, and a lot of tools and technology built, from a gameplay perspective they were essentially starting from scratch. Over the next few years they would have to establish how PvP could make the project more interesting, and then craft levels, enemies, and mechanics around that concept. This would prove to be the most challenging time in the project's history. Embark had launched the finals earlier than planned, which had given the Arc Raiders team a bit more runway, but now, years into development, the clock was ticking louder than ever. In this video we're going to cover several fascinating aspects of game design that happened in this period, from how the game looks and sounds, to how the levels were split apart and reassembled, the work that went into wrapping all of this into an extraction shooter form with interesting progression, what happened when they made the decision to drop free to play, and a lot more. But before the team could get to...
Oh my god, so much content for this video. Oh god. This is going to be good. This is going to be a 1 hour video. I mean, this video is 20 minutes, so it should be 1 hour.
Any of that, they'd have to answer one fundamental question. What aspects of the original Pioneer concept would be retained, and what new ideas would come to the table?
Nice. Really, really nice. Come on.
A lot of people will leave the planet when it goes south. So we call that the Exodus in our lore. And then we have the...
So that is what happened. I was wondering that, because it, to me, looked like that's what happened. Oh. Now that one quest where we had to find the thingy between the wreckage parts. That probably were the people that left. Oh my god, this is going to be interesting. I can't wait for the story to unfold over the next 10 years.
Ecological collapse itself, the depopulation across the globe, and then we start our game much later when we are following a generation of people who has no concept of the world that we live in today. So we don't want to carry this sense of loss. We needed to establish that the machines themselves were able to dominate the surface. Naturally, we will be the one underground. If you want something from the top side, you ask a raider.
If we were to have a world realistically depicted in what had happened in this world, there would be nothing left. So we'd taken loads of liberties in having things still have a material quality and a sort of nice appeal to it. You try to have this approach of having very naturalistic lighting. And that, for one, brings out a lot of inherent qualities in the things. We don't use a lot of color grading or anything like that because we want to balance everything to have a very naturalistic look. And then we can sort of push the things that need pushing in order to achieve this. So
I think they nailed it. The game looks incredible. Even from, I don't play the game on max out settings because my graphics card can't handle it, especially not when I also stream. The game looks good. Now, does it look for me as good as for Dr. Disrespect or Shroud? No, but it doesn't need to. It's still beautiful. I have nothing to complain graphics-wise about the game. With the exception of bugs, of course. But of course. I complain there. But one pet peeve I have with the game is that solar panels are still working. They wouldn't work anymore. Because they would have burned out. Because modern solar panels are made with how's it called? I forgot. LCDs? The same things that LCD monitors have. And, you know, they burn out. So do solar panels. That's why, you know, they're actually not that good. Solar panels are actually bad for the environment because after 15, 20 years, you have to replace them. And what do you do with the old ones? They go to the trash. Great. Awesome.
Sort of contrast in between.
First of all, we needed to understand this new category of games. We spent a lot of time playing that, and for me that was fairly easy. I played a lot of extraction shooter games before, and there's great competitors out there, and there's great games out there. So what can we learn? And we knew from the beginning that the world and its narrative wanted to be. There was something in the market that we felt like there isn't really a game here that speaks to you in that way.
Huh. I mean, he isn't wrong. The only thing I could think about is the Mad Max open world game that came out, I don't know, almost 10 years ago. But that's literally the only thing that comes to my mind. Another game I want to say is Rust, but I have never played Rust, so I can't tell. This is quite a unique game, to be fair. It's really, really unique, which is why I like it so much.
So if you're interested in this world and exploring it and learning more about its events and maybe participating yourself in the events of this world, that felt like a pretty clear opportunity for us instinctively. A lot of us were just feeling that that needed to be there.
The original version of Arc Raiders was based in one massive open world map, but to make a game about looting and finding cover and exploring and listening to threats, the team was going to have to take an entirely new approach to level design. So what areas from...
Now, to be fair, one giant open world game, it could have worked, but it wouldn't be an extraction shooter, because that wouldn't work. Not there. Unless the maybe it could, but it would be very different to what we have now.
Pioneer's world could they reuse, and where would they have to start from scratch? How would the levels in Arc Raiders look and play?
So initially we have this massive world. That was the initial ambition, that every map that we have now would be a server, and then it would be like a battle royale, sending you to the center where the big robot would be, and we would kill the servers as they would go, and so on.
Then after the pivot, obviously two things came up. A game that is about looting, where looting is central. It sort of implies that there is a density in the world. Even if you go into a sort of singular room or an apartment, it needs to hold up for a player's expectations of exploration.
I can't remember the exact number, but we used to have just a wide open world level where all these places existed. And I think today a single one of our maps has more props and actors in it than the whole of that world ever did by a factor of 2 or 3. So,
which isn't surprising because they are completely different games. The original, there was no loot, stuff you loot just randomly out of objects. And the goal was to destroy the Ark. So yeah, make complete sense to me.
We inherited what we
also guess that there was no crafting.
Dam and Spaceport from Pile 1. But they've seen tremendous work put into them because those were obviously made for a very different game that didn't involve loot or interacting with the environment or even doors for that matter. It didn't exist back then.
Because we didn't have interiors, all buildings were empty, there was no props, because the game was not a game about the interiors, it was about moving towards the center, so we didn't care if there was a bed in... we still don't have toilets in our game, that's a nice curiosity. We didn't, back in the day, we didn't even have fall damage in the game. So at the first map that is very horizontal, Spaceport, you could jump from the towers, shooting and gunning and all of that, right? So I had to change a bunch of those things and put ways for it to go down.
And then Spaceport's much wider open in terms of its spacing, so there's a lot of open ground that's exposed, and there's some tunnels and cover to make your way between places, but it becomes a bit more of a risk thing. So you see players kind of moving in rings around places and then finding their ingress and doing what they can and then trying to get back out again. So it becomes a bit harrowing, especially as the round progresses, where players naturally start collapsing toward the middle, as opposed to Dam, where everyone sort of either swaps sides or stays mixed into the geography around the area. But in terms of gameplay, the Dam is, we're slating that.
That's how I play Dam too. I either have a location I need to go for whatever reason, or I stay around where I am. For example, if I just want to get some loot out for money or whatever, some materials.
Or kind of our first map players get contact with, it has kind of a lot of easier affordances for a new player. It's got drastic height differences between like kind of the two halves of the map. It's got a good mix of interior and exterior. In the inheritance of Dam and Spaceport in particular, it was tricky over time to morph geometry and things in those levels to work for this type of game, because PvP especially was never a consideration for those. So suddenly things like sightlines and approach angles and dead ends and everything became much more critical to worry about, and making sure the affordance of PvP was correct. And it's even trickier when we have a third-person camera, which affords corner peeking and things like that.
And then Buried City, which is the last one that we've made, is made for this game. It's a more indoors actually map, and a lot of parkour, even though it's not a game about
That's really interesting. The game, the map was the first specifically for Arc Raiders made gap. For Arc Raiders made map. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
But there is a lot of ways for you to use the ceilings and the rooftops. It's a more PvP prone map. Since
I can see that. Yes. Also, what I have to say is, I hope they keep a good mix of kinds of maps. You know, not only, this is the gold standard of maps that we have. All maps have to be like that. I think if you would do that, it would destroy the game. The map would be just... The maps would get boring. That's what I want to say. And that can kill the game.
It's the one we did with PvP in mind. The other two we adapted for it.
We knew the post-pivot that we needed one contrasting map that would be telling players more clearly that it's set on Earth. Because I think those monolithic structures, if you squint, you go, are we on Mars or are we on... So we wanted to ground the game on Earth. And this game is set in the south of Italy, deeply inspired by that region. And there's a volcano there, and there's a certain biome.
So it's Italy. I was thinking, is it somewhere in Mexico or Latin America, somewhere there, or is it Spain? Is it Italy? I was curious. But you know, it's called Piazza. That's Italian. So I was not 100% sure.
There, and also to sort of distinguish ourselves from other sort of post-apocalyptic worlds, which is usually sort of America-centric.
Yeah.
So we started building...
Which, by the way, gets very boring very quickly. Very, very boring very quickly. I can't take any more. Oh yeah, America in all the games. It's just boring at this point. And I think even Americans are like bored by that. Because it's all the same. It always all the way time looks the same. It's actually depressing.
Out this other world that is Bird City,
where you can spend most of the round in only one or two buildings if you're really trying to, and hearing other players on other floors or building across an alley. And it's kind of an interesting mix between modern structures of like a hospital or a shopping center, and then because our game is based in Italy, it's a lot of old town, like rustic structures, and they're all collapsed and destroyed, and the city itself is half buried in sand. So sometimes you'll walk straight onto a rooftop, go into a building, and then come out on the first floor that is still on a sand dune somewhere, and then worm your way even further through some buildings and end up finally on street level near a park. We had people on the project who were very ingrained in that game loop of I'm running across massive environments and scaling buildings and firing rocket launchers at things, to this much more slow-paced, tactical, thoughtful gameplay. And
by the way, is there a rocket launcher in the game? I have never seen one. I have never looted a blueprint, so I don't know. I hope there is. I mean, we have a grenade launcher. That's a good thing.
We shifted kind of very gradually over time, and you'd still get pockets of like, oh, this feels bad, and trying to like shift the mentality from bombastic robot fights to tension-filled rounds to get through. So it was definitely a challenge to build things in a way that helped us transition from one to the other. And there's a lot of legacy stuff even today that we still have to parse through, that is a holdover from what the game was to what it needs to become.
I mentioned it in the opening of this series that I was a massive admirer of many of the team members at Embark, but there's actually one particular team in the studio who I've been dying to interview for years. Several members of the Arc Raiders audio team were previously part of the audio department at DICE, responsible for the award-winning soundscapes of those early Battlefield games, a series that pioneered brutally...
The early Battlefield games. The early ones. Presented to Battlefield 1...
realistic weapon sounds. The audio design in Arc Raiders is critical to the experience, communicating so much to the players about the threats around them. But before we dive into that,
you always know when an Arc is aggressive or curious. Always.
I want to first know why realistic weapon noises have been a hallmark of this team.
It was very different at the time. So I think a lot of people reacted to it just sounding different. And by that time, not even movies had gone that route, really. So it was sort of a novel thing, I guess. I did service in the Swedish military because I'm so old that it was like a mandatory thing. Because I was a sniper in the military, so we had to do lots of shooting and shooting different weapons and also sabotage things. So we had to blow things up. So I sort of had a quite clear view of how violent the whole experience is, and it like really just turns your gut inside out.
That's the kind of guy you want to hire. That's the kind of guy. Not the furry that gets a panic attack when he hears a car engine start. That's the guy. The sniper. That's the guy that you hire.
It as it's 50% of the experience. I mean, you see it and you hear it. So it has to be there. I think for me, the ultimate goal is that players completely forget about them playing a game. I just want them to be in a world that they think is there. And I think with sound you can get far because we can record everything, we can make everything sound real. So it's very powerful. All the things that you put into the game, if you get them to breathe the same air.
The way the game sounds is really good. Now it has some problems. For example, that you don't hear other raiders until you run into them. Like literally the footsteps, you can't hear the footsteps. If someone on the other side of this hallway runs, I have to hear that when I'm here. I have to. Because that's how that sound works. It's just reality. Just walk through a hallway alone. You hear the echo of your footsteps. And if someone else walks through the hall comes from the other side, you hear their footsteps. Yeah, that's just how sounds works, and we need that in the game.
And everything, it can feel like it's actually there. One thing that is very similar to the work we have done for years is that it uses just physics. So this has always been a huge challenge, and we've been recording everything, trying to okay, so now this rock will fall down, and how big is the rock? How small is it? How heavy is it? What does it fall onto? And you have to record all of that. Oh, I drop a rock on wood. I drop it in sand. I drop it here. Then I take a bigger rock. I drop that. Then I take many rocks. I drop those. And this tedious work but you have to do it. It's the groundwork that has to be done. And these robots, it's just physics and limbs. Okay, how do we do this? Okay, we need to measure all the joints and try to figure out what everything is going on inside of these robots. These are mechanical things. So we recorded mechanical things, hovering with drones and going up and down, and we use table fans, and we put stuff in the table fans so when you start to destroy the drones, and then we just...
It's always fascinating how sounds for games and even movies are made. It's so fascinating, it's so good. It's the complete opposite of what you would think in some parts.
Put pens in the in the fans and all sorts of things in the fan and recorded that. So we're just trying to extract all of this information. It's a challenge for sure.
Oh, you're fucked. that thing shoots two or three rockets at a time. It's even scarier than the one we have right now.
Allow the things in there to be real. That's why we want to use, you know, gradual destructions on the drones. You would shoot up a thruster, and that disables its ability to fly. Of course it does. Like it's physics talking back to you, and there's something fun to play with physics. You don't need a health bar to tell you that. You just saw it, and you can listen to that, and you can make those calls. Trust in the human ability to decode that, listening and looking, and not relying on a UI to tell you the actual truth of what's going on.
And that's good game design. That's good game design.
I think that's also something we've kept in spirit of, like, pursuing this trust in players that they can decode a world and allow their own sort of affordances of how they think the world operates to inform their decision making. I think that's something we've been really adamant about keeping for the player.
There are certain things that you have to start thinking of working with rather than working against, right? Like when you find that, oh, it's so intuitive and compelling to be able to shoot a thruster off of a drone and see it like spin out and fly into a wall, and that's awesome and that feels great. But then we also have to be mindful of the fact that, well, if there are a lot of walls and not a lot of room for the enemy to fly around in, it's probably going to fly into that wall and die. And we have to be okay with that, right?
Yeah, it has been a trick, and we've, again, gone through a lot of iterations. We used to put very bright orange glowy weak points on them to be like, you shoot here, please. But one thing that kind of did...
Funny thing, those bright, flashy orange things, they have returned, but not on the Ark, but quest objects. They've put them now on quest objects, and thank God for that. Thank God. Makes the game way more easy. Way more easy. Especially the quests on Blue Gate, where you had to find the one thingy that gives you a hint on what destroyed the Ark. Before, that was just a white sphere. Just a white sphere with some cables coming from it on the ground. Looks just like all the Ark. Now it's yellow. Thank you. Thank you. Now I know. The same with the quests on Broad City for the Asian chick. The quest objects now are yellow when it's quest objects. When they aren't quest objects, they just look like all the other stuff, when I remember correctly. I'm not sure. They also changed the footprints from one of those quests where you had to go to a crate. It had a bomb in it, a paint bomb that exploded, and now the footsteps are in the paint. Awesome. Awesome. Before that, you literally had to look on the ground and find footprints. And they were almost not visible. It was really hard. If you find that too late in the raid, you might not make it out of the raid, which is really bad. So changing that, great, good. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Diminished was we actually have all of the enemies physically fly around using forces, and the thrusters on them are the things actually providing those movement vectors. So what that did was it kind of really diminished the fact that you could shear off a thruster and you'd see its flight start to wobble, or even it would knock itself into an object and explode. And what it turned into was shoot the thing with the health bar and then the whole drone explodes, and we kind of lost a lot of that. And it's also not the most interesting gameplay to just only shoot at weak points.
This is the best game I've worked on for me, because it's a game about listening for things. I put so much work in all the Foley stuff, and now that you actually care about that, because now it's a game about listening and listening for other players, and so all the work.
Hearing other players is actually hard. I mean, you can hear them run around when they are above you, but not on the same layer. You can hear them loot 2 rooms up far, but you can't hear them running towards you. That's a problem. Everything else is fine.
Work we did early because we built like a complete sandbox sort of audio engine type of thing. So now it shines because now that's what the game is about. You're moving about, you're listening for things because you really care about those things now because everything is dangerous and so you really want to know, like, is there someone there? Is there someone in the adjacent room? What is that person doing? You can hear them opening a locker and just going through the shelves and picking things up.
Players might choose this weapon because it's great for them in PvP. They're a player who can do really good flick aim and get a headshot cleanly, and that can be good for them in PvP, but maybe it doesn't serve them so well in fighting drones. So how can we bake in some more qualities to these weapons that give them a bit different specific purpose that you might choose to bring that? So for example, if you're a player who loves shotguns, that's great at close range, and it's great at things that are kind of generally unarmored unless you have like a slug round. So what if we then made our heavy caliber weapons penetrate drone armor very effectively? And now you're like, well, I don't actually like this breech loader rifle because it's slow and cumbersome, and if I miss, I'm reloading forever, but it will punch clean through a drone's armor. So that's, a choice I'm being afforded now to offer.
Yes, and the choices are they feel good. Taking one weapon for the ARC, one for players, that's a valid choice making. Take 2 weapons instead of 1, yeah. Or if you completely avoid one or the other, just 1 weapon.
Set maybe the weak sides of the weapons I do prefer.
We add things to the weapons. I mean, if they look like something that has electrical moving things, then we add those little aspects to it as well. And all the weapons are built from different layers. We have the mechanics separated, this separated, that separated, the echo separated, all the sort of distances that we've been recording them. We split that up and fade it. What you hear when you fire a gun is a large amount of recordings that from the different angles and distances, and then we sort of put that together into a gun model. So if someone is firing from far away, you hear a far away gunshot of that caliber or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's built out of 1,000 small parts. And then you can also stick an electric motor in there, and it will just work with this whole model. It's very consistent, and you can sort of just distill everything, but they all come from the same source. So it becomes much easier to do something that sounds really believable.
Oh.
Embark had a
I was just oh. It got him. It got him. Jesus. Almost like if I would play. Jesus.
Established their new vision for Arc Raiders, a game that attempted to blend PvE with player-on-player combat, a game that attempted to blend the intimate exploration of their detailed levels with the tension of extraction shooters. But it was finding the right blend of all of this that was going to prove their biggest challenge.
Yeah,
In resetting Arc Raiders to this extraction game experience, the studio embarked on a difficult plan. These games are notoriously tough to balance, not just ensuring that players of all skill levels have a rewarding experience, but that people who play solo don't get swamped by those who play teams. That risk is rewarded without being overly cruel, that the game can create tension around its goals without stunting player progress. In a single-player game, it's very easy to give players cookies for doing a good job. In most multiplayer games, skill and teamwork are the tools to winning. This is what makes a game like The Finals, a competitive round-based shooter, a good candidate for free-to-play. But in a game where players are going to require satisfying progression, where survival is so important, the team was really struggling to find this right balance between risk and reward. So before we can talk about progression, we need to first talk about the decision to drop free-to-play. This decision massively helped issues the team were having with the progression, because drip-feeding content or artificially holding back progress felt at odds with the game. But putting a price tag on the experience was also going to present some challenges. So where did this decision come from, and how exactly did it change ARC Raiders?
It's actually in many ways made it drastically easier. In free-to-play, you need to, in some ways, make things a little stickier than they would be otherwise, take a little more time, a little more grind, just so players are more incentivized to, stay in and stick into those loops and keep playing your game, and then ideally are incentivized to then spend money on that game. So for this type of title, it made it kind of hard to respect the player's time in some of these areas around crafting or sessions and things like that, because we were almost had a hand on their forehead going, slow down a little bit, where it felt a little bad. So as soon as that decision came down, it made us able to...
That slowing down the player, War Thunder, absolutely, War Thunder. Jesus. Progress there can be so slow.
Make things take the amount of time that felt appropriate in a lot of ways. So crafting no longer has timers on it that you have to wait out, or the amounts of things we're asking you to collect are a little more rational, or match the effort and outcome match each other a little more precisely, and things like that. So it's helped a lot, but it does, on the other side, again, launching at a price point, we still need ways to monetize that doesn't feel predatory.
Did you see that?
We still...
There are way more people down here than in the actual game. No, I don't know if they move. It doesn't look like it.
Need ways to...
No, it's just a picture. Okay. Then you can have so many. If they are actually there and have to be rendered, Unreal Engine doesn't like that.
Monetize that doesn't feel predatory or things like that. So that's also been an interesting challenge.
It's a pure market. It's like, how do we adapt to what the market wants? A free-to-play game would attract a lot of players, and we can maybe get tens of millions of players for a while. But as we started building what would become the rebirth of ARC Raiders, we started looking at, it was actually the team who started asking questions. Free-to-play, is this the right model for us?
One of the early tenets we set for ourselves is that we wanted to be more approachable than kind of the standard extraction shooter, which can result in just this poverty loop of I have nothing, I go in with my knife, I fail, I try again, and it is very tricky, right? Because anytime the game slaps you for doing PvP in a PvP game, that feels bad, right? So it is tricky, and there's kind of passive ways you can do it and active ways you can do it, and some of the passive ways is just leaning into some of the tenets of extraction games or similar, like you're expending resources, it's risk to you to do this fight because you don't know whether you're going to win, so you stand to lose. And having that fear of losing your stuff or losing that fight, hopefully, is something that gives a person pause. A more active solution is doing things like world activities, quests, or other types of challenges that don't necessarily require multiple people, but are greatly benefited from having multiple people doing it. So getting people to temporarily form alliances. And that's actually kind of our unicorn in some ways, is getting...
I actually don't like how... squads have developed, like on the server slam. Doing squads was just fine. You could just be friendly, we are friendly, everything is fine. But now you can't, because it's just terror. Now, solos is still fine, as long as you yourself aren't aggressive. Yeah, just fine.
Those tenuous alliances to happen organically. You can obviously party up deliberately and go in with your friends, but that's a very different dynamic than seeing somebody in the wild and feeling out the situation. And we have a lot of nonverbal communication efforts that we've put into the game. So through our ping system, our emote system, things like that. So you can kind of convey a lot of meaning with one input.
I like both solo and groups. When I go with groups, I'm very aggressive, maybe way too much. I'm always the first one to die. But when I'm playing solo, I'm actually quite stealthy. I like that nature of the game, that you can actually decide what you want to do, right? So when I'm playing with the team, I try to every session put a different hat Like sometimes I'm like, I'm gonna shoot, no questions asked. I will shoot first. And just to create that in the playtest as well, because that's how the game moves.
That was before aggression-based matchmaking.
Played. I think some players would be like, I don't know, they accumulated too much wealth. Now they want to spend it. They're gonna go with all the weapons, everything, and they're gonna shoot at sight. And sometimes they'll be poor trying to get their stuff. Sometimes they'll just want to do their quests. And I like the fact that our game allows for all of that.
Yeah. Same here.
To launch a new game today, irrespective of what platform you're on or what type of game it is, it's harder and harder and harder to break into kind of a critical mass that makes any financial sense. I think game developers out there are really scratching their heads thinking, I made a great game. And often you see today that if you've done a really good job, you'll see players jump on, they'll stay there for a while, but guess what? Then they drop out and go and do something else.
Yeah.
A big component of that is due to the fact...
It happened with me and Marvel Rivals. I played it for maybe maybe absolute maximum 8 weeks, and then it was gone. The game has nothing to offer to me except for hot chicks, and that's not enough for me. Even for me, the old gooner, I want more.
The game didn't have the attributes or instruments needed to retain the players. So it's on us as game developers, it's not the gamers' fault. You know, we need to do a better job of making sure that they have a need and a desire to stick around playing our game. And what can we learn from our previous games? Having gotten finals into the market, we saw a big peak, like a crazy amount of people, then we saw a drop-off. Now, because of hard work, you know, we're seeing people return to the game, and we're seeing a growth curve coming back. But I think it's always going to be in what's the long-term motivation for a player to play. It sits in the progression, in the meta layer, making sure that there are meaningful things to do in the game apart from just running around and shooting people. That's probably our biggest challenge, and will remain our biggest challenge when we launch the game and after launch.
Primarily, I think our biggest concern right now is what does the end game look like? Because what often happens in these games is they either have a seasonal reset mechanic, so there's just always a clock on what you're doing, and then that tends to culminate in towards the end of that, players bringing all their best, shiniest things and just duking it out until the reset happens. And so there's been a lot of talks about how we actually handle that. What do we lean into for PvE? What types of events can we do? Seasonal storylines, things like that. So getting that shaped up, I think, is kind of what I'm most keen to figure out, because players even internally are like, well, I have amazing gear. My stash is full of amazing gear. I very rarely die. Nothing is asking me to use that. And part of the answer is the giant robots coming back in a form that makes sense for this game. But then what's the framework for highly skilled or highly wealthy players to then go and challenge themselves or be challenged by and earning additional rewards? And we're going to have, you know, kind of the traditional things like battle passes and stuff where you can work through those, but what sort of extra motivation can we give to those players who need something to do?
Have them come back and destroying them grants you, I don't know, cosmetics that you can't get somewhere else. There, problem solved. I think. I mean, if you don't want to do it, then don't, but you know, you can. I think that could work.
We've covered a bunch of areas of design in this video, but there is one large mechanical elephant in the room: the machines themselves. In the first video in this series, I mentioned how one of the biggest technology investments the studio had made was in the locomotion technology driving the movement of these machines, a brand new way to create believable, intimidating enemies that adapted to having parts of their structures blown off. The struggle to get this technology to work was ongoing throughout the entire development of Arc Raiders, and continues today. So in the next episode in this series, we're going to explore how the arcs themselves were built, the technological struggles the teams have undergone to wrestle satisfying gameplay out of them, and what their groundbreaking technology means for the future of this game, and perhaps many more. See you then.
Oh, that's gonna be awesome. Yeah, I like this. I really like this. I really do like this. This was great. We looked at this. Do I have something on my to-do list? Watch later. Arc Raiders is a problem? What? I guess we are doing a second Arc Raiders video. Because I disagree. But let's see what he's saying.
Man, this story has gotten out of control. Arc Raiders, I think the sheer level of quality here just backhanded the entire live service space. It makes so many live service games look so cheap by comparison and shows just how little...
It absolutely does. Absolutely. It's not even close. I think Arc Raiders, just gameplay-wise, is so much better than basically all the live service games I've played. Yeah, maybe with the exception of World of Warcraft during Vanilla and BC. War Thunder is worse, The Division is worse, but was fun for me. Same with The Division 2, but it was worse than the first one. What else? Age of Conan? Well, Age of Conan was great, but it had its problems that they are grounded in the company that made it. Live service games. What else did I play? I think that's it. Oh, Path of Exile 1 and 2. No. I would say it's the same when it comes to them. They are also great at what they do.
Effort these people put in. I've seen so many people already crying out for this game to be Game of the Year, trying to make it a front runner, and I think these guys are waking up. I think they're realizing, wait a minute, this is what we could get versus what we've been given. No wonder these guys wanted to win over Expedition 33. In their eyes, this is their Expedition 33. You're not going to win, by the way. You need to go play that game, but I'm stunned, both literally by wasps in the game, but also figuratively by just how insane of an experience they've delivered and the kind of game that they've made here. Permanent battle passes, earnable in-game currency. It has this perfect blend of...
Wait, permanent battle passes? You mean if I start now... No, if I start in 1 year, I can still have the Season 1 battle pass and work on that? That's awesome. Is that true? If so, then this is great. Oh my god, I didn't know that. Why did no one tell me? How dare you all?
Hardcore and casual, they mix the best parts of Helldivers 2 and Escape from Tarkov. The way this game plays, the way it looks, the way it sounds, the way it performs.
Yeah.
You're always bouncing between whether you can trust someone or no one at all, and you just can't put this game down. But a game this good, somebody's got to find something wrong with it. And of course, Games Media is out here and they're on the case. And
yeah, Games Media doesn't matter. No one cares. Now, I kind of care about what, other gamers say, streamers and YouTubers, because they are a lot of times onto something. Like Dr. Disrespect all the time says that you can't hear the people. And he's right. I have run so often into other people that also were running towards me. It's incredible. I never hear them. Never. And that's not good. And that's basically the only problem I have with the sound system. That's the only thing. Sound-wise, everything else is fine.
They have a problem with the fact that this game uses generative AI, even though the generative AI that they use was voice actors that they paid to be able to use them for the... But that doesn't really matter to these guys. No, instead with...
It's stupid. You're all stupid bitches.
what they're doing is they're leveraging their influence over the industry, trying to make these developers submit to their moral standards. So today what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the monumental success of Arc Raiders to the absolute horror of games media. We're going to talk about my experience playing the game and what I think this game is going to do to the live service space. Man, what a game. But before that, a word from today's sponsor. As you guys might know, I've been hitting the gym 6 months in and not a day wasted, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without today's sponsor, Raycon. I use these every single day when I go to the gym, and they're one of the very few earbuds that actually fit in my ears and don't fall out mid-workout. They've got active noise cancellation so I can zone in, or awareness mode so when I'm outside I can actually hear what's going on around me, multi-point connectivity to make it easier to swap out between my phone and my laptop without missing a beat. Battery life 32 hours with the case. Quick charge 10 minutes will give you 90 minutes of playtime, and I've got mine in the Purple Clouds case showing off my more sensitive.
Those here, with a cable, give me infinite playtime as long as they are plugged in. Just, so you know, but these also cost me over $100. But they're also good. So good.
Side, Raycon's quality rivals big audio brands, but at half the price. Over 3 million people are already in love with them, and with a 30-day happiness guarantee, there's no risk in trying them out. So if you're looking for a fresh start or maybe looking for gifts for this holiday season, go to buyraycon.com and use my code LegendaryDrops at checkout to get 30% off site-wide for their Black Friday and Cyber Monday sale. Man, this game's success.
One reason why they are half the price of other brands. The other brands are just more expensive because of the brand name. They literally have the same tag in them. I can guarantee you that. Same shit, different name, different price.
Is just crazy to me. Arc Raiders, developed by Embark Studios, a team of around 400 developers with only about 80 of them actually dedicated to working on the game, launched to a peak of over 350,000 concurrent players on Steam in its first week. And since then, the game has only continued to grow. It's now reached a new peak of over 460,000 players.
Yeah.
According to Analea Analytics, it's already sold over...
It has gone a little down with the concurrent players, but I don't think the game is actually losing players. It's just that, the hype, the early hype is gone, and now people have settled down and playing less, and when they play, they are more efficient. For example, I am way more efficient, way more. And it only continues, especially when it comes to doing quests over time, because I know them better and kind of in and out. For example, Scrappy this season, I'm already 1 level higher than I used to last season. And I'm about to get 2 levels higher. Another one very soon. Because I just saved things up that I found. And I knew I would need them. That's all you need to do.
2.5 million copies, hit over 1 million daily active users, and generated more than $100 million in revenue. It is the highest rated multiplayer shooter of all time on OpenCritic. Oh,
wow.
Wait, no, it was the highest rated multiplayer shooter of all time until Eurogamer decided to tank it with a 4 out of 10, purely because the game uses AI-generated voiceovers. That single review dropped their score from a 94 to an 88 overnight, complete with a line that reads, "For Arc Raiders to ride the wave of human sociability all the way to the bank while also being so contemptuous of the thing that makes us social animals in its own workflow demonstrates a lack of artistic integrity that I find impossible to ignore."
I find the thing with artistic integrity disgusting. What's artistic integrity? That's not even a thing. Artists do work for money. Artists that do work for the love of the art. What do they create? Basically nothing. Now, don't get me wrong. There are things that are artistic that make a lot of money. And they're created for the love of the art. But just, they also make money. Of course. But what I mean is, all the big, great artists back then, the roof of the 16 chapel in Rome, that wasn't painted because I want to create this. This is so awesome. You don't even need to pay me. No, that was, here's the money, paint that. That's how it worked. So don't come in with artistic integrity. Shut your mouth, you dumb bitch. Shut your mouth.
Man, I bet this guy is great at parties. Guys, I am so sick of this performative moralism. Every single time a game uses AI, these people act like it's a moral emergency. We're talking about NPCs with a few throwaway lines of dialogue that don't affect the game in a meaningful way. And on top of that, these voices came from real actors. Embark actually paid voice talent to train their model. Actual professionals were compensated for their work, but Eurogamer conveniently just glossed over that part because acknowledging it would ruin their little outrage narrative. Now, I'm going to pose a little moral quandary for these people. The text-to-speech model that they hate so much in Arc Raiders is for accessibility and inclusivity, allowing players to modulate their voices if they don't feel comfortable using their own voice. So, do you hate AI or do you hate inclusivity, Eurogamer? These guys
don't ask them that question. It will make them mad. And then they shit their pants. Literally. And they most likely will like it.
Don't care about ethics. What are we talking about here? They're just scared because they think it's replacing them. They know that they don't have the talent or the work to be able to hold on to their jobs, so they keep pushing this moral panic hope.
Yes, and replacing them is very easy. I could replace them. It's easy. I mean, look at what I'm doing right now. I'm replacing them.
Fear will do what their writing can't. Not like it's actually going to stop the success of this game. There were a lot of factors working against Embark and Arc Raiders outside of just rogue journalists. The first, and probably the biggest one, at least in my eyes, is that it's a live service game. Live service has been an obsession for a lot of these publishers, and they have absolutely flooded us with new releases, new seasons, and endless promises. And as I've said before, man...
Yes, but the thing with that is... those people didn't give a fuck about the games they're making. They only cared about it being live service. Live service is basically a tacked-on thing to this game. Kind of. Not really, but kind of. And I think that's why it works. And of course, they went with the, oh yeah, it costs money to get into the game. So that's also, you know, immediately giving extra money. And the thing is, this game will, no, how to say it? Other companies see their live service games as their golden goose. We make live service games and then, yeah, we make billions out of it and all that thing, and then they don't care at all about the game being good. They only care about money. And we have just watched another episode of Creating Arc Raiders, and it's very obvious that the developers of this game don't. I mean, sure, they want to make money. Of course, they need to pay. They need to pay their rent and stuff like that. But actually making a good game was one of their focus points. That's why Arc Raiders is what it is. The game originally wasn't good enough, so they changed it to be better, and it is. It is. They say it. I can say it because I'm one of the people that plays the game basically PvE. I avoid PvP at basically all costs because I'm too old to be bothered, and I'm too old to be good at it. If I would go for the PvP thing, I would basically just, I don't know, ambush people or something like that. And not being exit camper, because that's disgusting. But yeah, where did I went with this? Yeah, they made the game better because they wanted a good game. To make a good game. And the other companies don't. They just want money. And that's why their games fail. That's literally the reason. That's why. How was it? Not the Justice League. Oh my god, how were they called? The game where Harley Quinn lusts over underage plant woman. That game. That's why that flopped. No one gave a fuck about this game. No one.
Do these guys really want this money? I mean, if you look back at 2024,
Sorry for the
Helldivers 2,
rant.
Call of Duty, To Kill the Justice League, Path of Exile 2, Concord, X-Defiant, Foamstar, Skull and Bones, Marvel Rivals. I could keep going on for a long time. With so many of these games still running and so many other games that are fighting for the same slice of time, money, and attention, success has become nearly impossible, especially for new IP like Arc Raiders. I mean,
the thing is, people have only a certain amount of time per, day, week, month, and they have to decide where to put the time. Do you put the time in something that's fun for you or not? And what is more fun to you? If you have to decide, do I play video game A that's okay, it's okay, it could be better, or you put your time into game B, which is awesome. Oh my god, this is so fun. If you have to decide, where do you spend what you spend your time? Where do you go? And the one that's awesome. If you have only, let's say, 20 hours per month to play a game, what do you play? War Thunder or Arc Raiders? Arc Raiders. It's not even a question. Just the progress alone that you can have in Arc Raiders with 20 hours of gameplay tops everything you can do in War Thunder. It's not even close. Not even close. And you are more reliant on yourself playing Arc Raiders than playing War Thunder. Because in War Thunder, you might just get outmatched because of the enemy. You get hit with a bomb from a plane that you can't even see because it's not on your map. And with not on your map, not in the range of the ground map. And not even your anti-air can shoot it down. Great. Awesome. There's a reason why I uninstalled War Thunder on Friday.
more than half of the games that I just named are either dead or close to it. The few that are still alive, Path of Exile 2, Helldivers 2, and Marvel Rivals. Path of Exile, I'm not really going to include that in this conversation because of how seasonal that game is played, but the other two, they're barely holding on. Both those games have lost over 90% of their players since launch. Calling live service a bloodbath right now, I think, would be putting it lightly.
Yes, yes. And then, that are just those live service games. He didn't even include MMORPGs, which are also live service games. Yeah. There's a reason why I don't play World of Warcraft anymore. There's a reason to that.
And I think Embark knows that better than anyone. Their last project, The Finals, was a fantastic game. It hit 10 million players in the first 2 weeks, but it just never caught on after that. Eventually, it just vanished from the charts entirely. Today,
I played that game, I think, less than 12 hours. I really didn't like it. Which is mostly because of the character design. I hated that. I hated them. They're so unappealing. The characters in Arc Raiders are above that, but no, not that great. It's I wish I could let's say it, I wish I could have a busty girl. I do. A busty chick with a nice face. Now, to be fair, the character I'm rocking is a chick. She's a 5, I think. If you rate attractiveness, you know, a 5. Which is fine, by the way. 5 is fine. I don't need more than a 5. Especially if she is nice. You don't need a 10 with an attitude if you can have a 5 that is nice.
it averages at around 11,000 concurrent players on Steam, but I guess that didn't stop them from trying again. And man, did they ever try again. I think that Arc Raiders, top to bottom, might be the highest quality multiplayer shooter. Hell, maybe even the highest quality multiplayer game that I have played in recent memory. Strong words, I know, but man, this game is just so...
the last multiplayer shooting game that I had this much fun with. I would go with Blacklight Retribution, which came out, when I remember correctly, in 2012. And the last servers for the PC version were shut down in 2019. Yeah. Good times.
Carefully crafted that you end up just getting completely lost in it. You don't even realize how all of these small details, all the mechanics and textures all come together to show just how soulful this game is. Arc Raiders, man, this game is alive, and it's alive in so many ways, from the gameplay to the environments to the player interactions, and I think it all starts with how this game actually feels to play. From the minute that I stepped into this game's world, I was paralyzed. I caught myself just panning the camera around, taking everything in. It's like the Ghost of Tsushima of multiplayer games. The way the...
Yes, same. Arc Raiders is a game that I like looking at. Just looking at. Because it just looks nice. It just looks nice. I like being in the world of Arc Raiders because it looks nice. If it's only just that, it looks nice. It's appealing. To me, Arc Raiders is kind of the same as if I would go for a hike through a forest. It's just nice. I like it. I really do. I really do. It's awesome.
Wind blows through the trees, the dust kicks up, the lighting and shadows just breathe across the environment, then you start moving and the controls feel so fluid, so natural that you just forget that you're even controlling the game. I was just stunned by this game the entire time. It's just so stunning to look at. You can't help but just stop and absorb everything that's in front of you. And personally, I'm really in love with the style here. This 70s sci-fi aesthetic, this is what Concord tried to pull off, but absolutely failed to. Now, once the visuals and controls...
Well, yeah, have you looked at Concord? That game is just ugly. It's just ugly. And it's not the fidelity of the textures or anything. It's just the design is ugly.
Finally settled in for me. The next thing that floored me, this probably floored a lot of other players, is this game's sound design. It is ridiculous how good this is. You can hear literally everything. The texture of the ground under your feet, the echo of your steps off of walls, the splashes of puddles, the crunch of sand, the metallic clang of you climbing up a ladder. Even how sound will scatter through tunnels and alleys. It's constantly messing with your sense of space. Half the time you can't tell if that noise is from you or from someone else, and you got to stop and listen. I am convinced that this game's sound design is the secret sauce here. Extraction shooters are naturally tense. It's you versus the world. Every single raid is carrying the risk of you losing hours of progress to one single mistake. So situational...
Actually, in Arc Raiders, no. Losing your equipment in Arc Raiders is actually almost a non-issue unless you're a PvP player. If you go in the no aggression lobbies, getting out with tons of loot is extremely easy. I have lost a lot of stuff yesterday and the day before. And I don't care. Why do I not care? Because I'm rich, baby. I'm rich. My stash is fully upgraded, plus the 14 from the reset. And it's full. All the time. There is no, oh my god, I don't have anything. No, I'm actually overburdened by all the shit that I have. I have so much stuff. And my money is also only going up. A couple thousand for each raid. And if I would just sell everything I loot, it would be a couple 10,000. Each raid. It's not hard at all. Especially when you can buy a lot of equipment too from the traders. This game is the most casual, friendly multiplayer looter shooter, whatever I have ever played. It's so easy to get loot. I still think that the reset every 60 days is too short. Should be more. I think a season should But then again, for that, the game is maybe too easy. Maybe it's too easy. Yeah.
Awareness becomes survival in these games. You're always listening for arc enemies, for the whine of an extraction elevator, for footsteps that are closing in. Games like this demand your attention, but Arc Raiders, man, does it reward it. The sound design here doesn't just help you, it traps you in this game. Every echo, every crunch, every whisper of movement just pulls you in deeper. And once you're in, man, this game is hard to put down. I've always been a sucker for good loot. I've played looter shooters for years, but I've always wanted a little bit more edge. That player versus player risk that makes every single decision feel like a gamble. I love the idea of spawning.
And that's the thing, the risk. I like the risk. I don't like it to actually happen. But the risk makes the game so much more interesting. It's the... in Germany we call it the how do we even call it again? I barely use German anymore, so it's hard. Das i-Tüpfelchen, the point on a small e. That's what PvP is in Arc Raiders. No, the entirety is the I is the entirety of Arc Raiders, and the PvP is the point over the small e. That's it. And it's great. That's the thing that, you know, the chef's kiss. It's awesome. And by the way, this weapon is great. I barely use it, even if I can't craft it. But that's mostly because I have so much other weapons that I don't need to use it. I'm running around in basic... The first two weapons that I found in the game, I used them for, I don't know, 30 raids. Until I got killed by Disconnect. I think it was Disconnect. Yeah, Disconnect. And then again I died to Disconnect. And then again I died to Disconnect. And then I just died. And then I died. Just like that. Oh, and I got killed once. Actually killed by PvP. Yes, I got actually killed once this season by PvP. Once. Another time almost, but I ran. I also shot back and threw a grenade, but you know, I got away, and then I died in the same round by falling to death. And yeah, you know, the i-Tüpfelchen.
Into a world with nothing, scraping together whatever you can find, feeling that little rush when you find something rare, and knowing that you could lose it all at any given moment. Fighting off enemies, taking down bosses with your friends, pushing your luck for just one more run. It is that perfect mix of greed and survival. And Arc Raiders, man, these guys really nailed the balance here. It's an extraction shooter at its core. You want to find great stuff, keep it, get out alive, and not lose it to somebody else who wants it just as bad as you. That alone is going to create a lot of tension, but these guys layer it so perfectly. The Arc themselves, regardless of size, are a constant threat. A single popper exploding near you can leave you one shot from death. A Rocketeer camping an extraction point, well, that's going to stop you and make you plan your approach, knowing that one wrong move could just light up the entire area. And because the sound design of this game is so sharp, the last thing that you want to do is pull the trigger unless you have to, because one gunshot will give away your position to every player in earshot. Now, what I find wild here is how that tension bleeds into how people are actually playing this game. The sound design is so sharp, the world feels so real that you start reacting like you're actually there. You flinch, you freeze, you listen, you start to realize then.
Sometimes, yes. And for me, when it comes to, if I hear gun sounds in one direction, I don't go there. Unless I can distinctly make out they're fighting Arc, then it's fine. But when I see, you know, a player flare go up, I don't go there. I don't. Why would I?
there's a lot of other people that are doing the exact same thing. And as crazy as this might sound, I think that sound design and that tension and that constant awareness is exactly what's given Arc Raiders its biggest strength and arguably what's been driving a lot of its virality. And that's this game's community and how social this game is. Most players wouldn't normally bother throwing on a headset when they go to play a game, but in this game, you kind of have to. Between the stakes of every single match and the way the sound design practically just demands your attention, there's no way that you're not tuned in to this world, to the people that are in it, and most importantly, into proximity chat. Even when you're playing solo, something happens, you start talking. You realize you're in a bad spot. Hopefully the other guy doesn't realize you're in a bad spot. You're going to try to talk your way out of it. You parlay for loot, you meet somebody.
You run into someone and spam friendly, friendly, friendly. And then, in my experience, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. That's why the game is so good.
Who knows about a shortcut or a hidden stash. Maybe you guys are on the same quest, and suddenly two complete strangers are working together in a world that is trying to kill them both. The Ark are still out there. Other players are still out there waiting to ambush you, but for a few minutes, there's trust, a fragile, temporary kind of trust that's built on mutual survival, and I just find it so damn cool about this game. Something I discovered and I find so fascinating is the contrast between PvE and PvP and how it's actually driving cooperation, especially in solo play. The Ark are so dangerous, so overwhelming at times that they actually motivate solo players to just team up whenever they can.
And the thing that didn't happen back then, the Arks changed some of their behaviors. I've seen pops literally jumping around. One pop jumps around and then another pop comes rolling while you are focused on the one that's jumping. It's insane. It's great. Or when a tick jumps you right when a fireball rolls up on you. It's getting good. It's getting really good here.
There's always that lingering threat, that air of betrayal, the possibility that the guy next to you could just turn on you at any given moment. It fits perfectly into this game's world. You're not some character just running around doing missions for loot. You're one of the last remnants of humanity, scraping by to survive, doing whatever it takes to stay alive. You can see every kind of player in this world, and that is just so cool to me. There's the PvP hunters, the clueless looters, the opportunists, the friendly scavengers, those that are trying to make friends, the ones that never will, and somehow it all just works. To the irony of that Eurogamer article, this game just feels so deeply human to me. There's been this disconnect in modern multiplayer. A lot of you guys have probably already noticed this, but a lot of these games have quietly trained us to play alone, even when we're surrounded by other people. Private voice chat, solo friend.
World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft trained their players to play alone all the time now. Back in the day, you literally had to find groups for some quests because you couldn't do them alone. Not even if you are max level and the quest is 15 levels below you. You couldn't do them alone. But now you can do everything alone. You kill rare elite enemies alone. So why are they then elite in the beginning? And of course, the rares also spawn all the time. So why are they rare? Hello, Ulo.
Systems, all these different attempts to make games more accessible or inclusive, yet somehow making us more isolated. We don't talk to each other anymore. We queue, we mute, we play, we leave, but Arc Raiders, they flip that entirely. It gives you a reason to talk, to trust, to negotiate, to trick, to connive. It reminds you that games used to be social by nature. Here, every single match feels so unpredictable and personal. It's its own little adventure shaped by whoever you meet and whatever choices you're going to make along the way. And none of this stuff is scripted. And that is just so crazy to me. It's all just born out of the game's design, its atmosphere, and the way it traps you in its world long enough to think about the other players that you're sharing it with.
Yep. War Thunder also gives you a reason to talk. Really? To send hate speech. Yeah. By the way, what he said just right now, it fundamentally also means that World of Warcraft now is designed in a way that you don't communicate with other players. Which is true. Unless, of course, you do dungeons and raids. Which, of course, yeah, if you want to do that, then yeah, sure. But you don't communicate with people while you are, leveling or something like that. You're basically alone all the time. He's probably referring to other games. Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm referring to other games too.
Meow.
Did you say meow? Oh.
I am so twisted over that review. I almost made an entire video just on that subject alone because I think it's seriously messed up that you can have a game that is this well loved and this well recognized and have somebody come out of the wings and drop that review score from a 94 to an 88 overnight just because they disagree with the tool that was used. A tool, by the way, that they had paid voice actors that agreed to train a text-to-speech model that they have in-house. It's just, and also, you know what it really is? They're mad because the game is popular. They're mad that people actually like it and that people are supporting it, regardless of the fact that there was any type of AI that was used, regardless of the fact that most...
This use of AI is completely 100% not a problem at all. This is just enhancing what is already there. You would like to say, I hate you, you play so bad, even my grandmother has a better chance. Please never ever play this game again. Aww. That one is good. Ethics of using AI is controversial, Yeah. I mean, really, using AI this way to make text-to-speech, there is no problem there. Zero. But of course, the activist that's a journalist has to, spout something because he has to give a reason why he's not getting fired.
Games have used AI since their induction. There's all kinds of different models and different tools that these guys have used over the years, but this is something that you could have talked about in an editorial, like a lot of other writers did, but they chose not to, and I just find that incredibly unprofessional. I saw a lot of people that were going and pointing...
Oh, against journalists that is unprofessional. Of course they are. That's why they are games journalists and not actual journalists. Using AI is bad. Depends on what the AI is doing, yes. If it's doing the majority of the making, you never made it. The robot did. Yes, I agree. By the way, Asmongold played a fully AI created game. I have to watch that video too. Not on stream because I don't think it's that great. Well, maybe it is, I don't know. But yeah, so much for that.
Out that the same writer had scored Concord higher. The funny thing is, the same writer scored the finals higher. They scored the finals a 3 out of 5, and they criticized it for the exact same thing, but apparently their criticisms didn't work last time, so they came back and doubled down this time, or at least that's the way it looks like to me.
Send it on Discord. The art section should do.
It's just so gross. Arc Raiders, this game I think embarrasses a lot of other games just by contrast. This is a live service game. This is live service the way that it's supposed to be. A game that actually feels alive. This is not me playing the same game, doing the same things, completing this checklist of tasks that you have given me to keep me on a hamster wheel that you designed to drain me of my time and money. No. I can do whatever I want in this game. I can play this game however I want to. I can create my own quests or my own objectives, and everything that I earn in the game is just a byproduct of me enjoying myself and having fun playing with other players.
Yeah.
That I don't really think you find an experience like this anywhere else. The wide variety of experiences that you can have in this game. That's the thing that just blows my mind. Because There's some games where I am bloodthirsty and people absolutely hate me. There are other times where I'm an absolute coward. I don't want to have anything to do with other players. And there's other times where I am a complete saint. You know, the other night I was playing and I heard a guy in the hallway that was looting something, and I slid across the hallway with a Torrente, and that gun is so loud in hallways. And I scared the shit out of this dude. He yelps out saying that he almost fell out of his seat. We start joking around. I res him. I give him a blueprint.
I can play this game however I want. Technically, you can do that with War Thunder. All that matters is the amount of slurs you can take. Yeah. By the way, just send me the picture on my Discord. On my Discord, you know, DM me, whatever. It's fine.
Help him on a quest that he was on. You just don't find an experience like that anywhere else. It's just so cool. And those are those, you know, once in a game, once in a lifetime exchanges. You'll never see that person again. That kind of sociability just doesn't exist in a lot of other games. You know, the crazy part is that none of this is by accident. This game wasn't made fun just because the players made it that way. No, it's because Embark made it that way. If it wasn't this stable or optimized, if they didn't give players the freedom, the space to be able to play the game instead of control them, then this game would have never worked. And
they did what Blizzard did with original WoW. They created the tools for the game to be good. And then all the original people left, and now the game is shit. Why? Because it's by design.
I think a lot of people don't understand that. I'm sorry, I am still stuck on how high quality of a game this is. This is a quadruple A production in my eyes. Sorry, Ubisoft. If you just sit down and look at all the small details.
Well, yeah, if Ubisoft is producing triple A, if you go with, you know, what triple A is, and what the one and only quadruple A game was, because I think it's not even a thing anymore, then yes, this is a quadruple A game. No, it's actually better. It's a 5A game. A father game. A father game. 5 A's. Because Ubisoft games are not good. Well, some are, but they aren't even great. They are not great.
You see how every single piece adds up to set the stage for players. Nearly every single weapon in this game is just a mangled collection of scavenged parts that are barely holding themselves together.
Yes.
Seeds have become a rare currency because people live underground. Anything that is energy-based is built from the remains of Ark because, well, humanity has no infrastructure left. There is just so much painstaking detail here that you can feel how much effort went into its creation, and it shows in every inch of this game. By contrast, look at almost any other live service game and you can see how factory-stamped, repetitive, and creatively hollow this space has become. There's almost nothing new anymore. The biggest successes that we see are usually reskins or reheated versions of older games. This kind of master...
Hi, God. Hi, God. Oh my God. I can't wait until that game comes out. I'm gonna stream it for an entire day. Gonna roast it. React to it live on stream. Not right now. Not right now. After the video.
Crafted design is something that we barely see maybe once or twice a year from indies, but almost never from multiplayer. I think that Arc Raiders has completely exposed just how little effort and attention to detail most of the industry is putting in and how little they value your time and money.
Ooh.
Something that I think proves this is Unreal Engine 5. This engine has been a curse for this industry. Sure, the screenshots look incredible, but man, in motion, it has been an absolute disaster. Artifacting, stuttering, broken performance, you name it. It's had just about...
Even Arc Raiders, no matter how good the game is optimized, I had the game crash on me several times already. Even in one session. And with one session, I mean one stream. Not good. I hope they can fix this shit. If it's the game that's at fault, I mean, might be my computer.
Every issue out there. I mean, Black Myth Wukong, as much as I love that game, it was a nightmare to run. It's literally become a benchmark game because of how insane the system requirements are. For years, we have been told that Unreal Engine 5 itself is the problem, that it's too demanding, too unstable, but then Arc Raiders comes along, built on the same foundation, and runs beautifully even on lower-end rigs. Now, not long ago, Tim Sweeney...
One reason might be that maybe they took engine developers, engineers, from DICE into the new studio. Because remember, DICE developed their own engine for the Battlefield games. So those engineers might have gotten with, to Embark and worked on the engine, optimizing it, the game. That might be the thing.
CEO of Epic, said that Unreal Engine 5 isn't the issue. And a lot of people, I think, just kind of brushed him off because obviously it's his engine. He's not going to dog it or talk shit about it. But he had said that developers just aren't optimizing their games or doing proper QA before release. And here...
Which is correct. He's absolutely correct in that. You can fault Epic for a lot of things. But he's saying literally what we all see all the time. The games are just not optimized. Optimization takes time, which costs some money. So they don't want that. It's very simple. Also, if the games are all really good optimized, then why buy a new graphics card? Huh? See what I did there?
Comes Embark, proving him right. Sure, they're using their own custom branch without Lumen or Nanite, but guys, that's called optimization. That's picking the right tools for your audience. Running Unreal Engine 5 with every single switch flipped on is not innovation. That's laziness in my eyes. You could handcraft your lighting, or you could just get Lumen to do it for you. You could...
Literally, I think Epic said it themselves that Lumen is just a placeholder. It's not meant to be used alone, unchanged. If developers do that, then they, it's their fault.
Manage your own textures, or you could just dump everything into Nanite and hope for the best. This is what it looks like when you put real effort in. This is what you do when you're actually thinking about your players. This is what it means to meet your players where they are. When you actually care about your audience, you're going to torture yourself over the details. You're going to obsess over performance, over accessibility, how it feels on every single piece of hardware that somebody might play it on. And that obsession has bled through every inch of Arc Raiders, and it even fixed all of the issues that we've had with Unreal Engine 5. You can feel it in the design of this game. You can feel it in the way that it performs. And I think that you can feel it in how it captures the widest audience possible without sacrificing any of its depth. Now, I've always held the stance that extraction shooters are not the future of live service. They're not the next big thing after Battle Royale. It's just not going to happen, okay? There's just way too much built in.
And then Arc Raiders came. The thing is, extraction shooters are absolutely fine. The fundamental concept of extraction shooters is a good idea. And fundamentally, Battle Royales are extraction shooters. They just work a little different. There's just one extraction point. And you get to that at the end of the match with everyone else. But only one person or team can get out. And real extraction shooters are different. And that there are extractions on different places on the map. And more people can get out. It's fundamentally just that. And both things work. Just for different specifics on the game,
Resistance for casual players, and you need casual players if you want your game to be anything more than niche. In these games, you can lose everything. A bad night, a few bad runs, you could erase hours or even weeks of progress. For anybody that can only play 1 or 2 nights a week, that's done. It's brutal. You're not going to be able to come back from it. Ultimately, it's going to stop a lot of people from even playing a lot of these games. Look at Escape from Tarkov. It has been successful, sure, but its player base is tiny in comparison to a lot of these other live services.
Yes. I also stopped playing Escape from Tarkov, I think, almost 3 years ago. I I'm done. Just with a word of thanks. No, War Thunder. I said it earlier. I rage quit. I uninstalled on Friday, and I'm happy. I'm happy again.
Games, the only way that you're going to be able to close that gap is by removing resistance and making it easier, safer, and more accessible. And I think that completely undermines what makes a lot of these games work. You need that risk. You need to be able to lose everything sometimes. The rarity, the tension, the possibility of being ambushed. All these things are ingredients that make extraction shooters so rewarding. Remove any of that, and you're just going to remove the soul of the genre.
Yeah.
Now, I've said that publicly for the last 2 years, but I also said that if any game could bridge that gap, it would be Arc Raiders, because I'd actually played the game in a couple of playtests, and turns out I was right. They have made so many smart quality of life changes that respect players' time without compromising the experience, and they did it all by just giving players more agency. This game is just so well designed. Just as an example, having an in-game map as detailed as it is in Arc Raiders means that players can instantly orient themselves. They can see where the loot...
Yes. And I'm so thankful for that. I'm using the map all the time. All the time. And the ping system for placing a ping on a map and then you see it in the world is great. I really need that. Basically, I wish I had that in real life. And no, I don't... Oh, you have your phone? No, I really mean just... I don't know. I only need a general direction where I have to go. I don't need where I have to, oh, turn left, turn right. No, shut your mouth. Just let me do realistic maps. We have compass. I know, but a compass is something else than having a pointer. Because a compass doesn't point to where I want to go. It's pointing to the magnetic North Pole. And yes, the game has the maps are very detailed here.
Loot tiers are. They can know exactly where they need to go to get things that they're looking for. They can find safer paths, or they can avoid hotspots if they're just trying to complete quests. And those quests that they're on aren't filler. They're actually a subtle tutorial. Every single NPC is sending you into a different zone, pushing you across that map until you start recognizing landmarks and routes of your own. By the time that you're done with all these quests, you don't even need the map anymore. You just know where you are and know where everything is. Then they took it all further with how they did matchmaking and map events and how all of that is structured. Day raids, night raids, solo, squad queues. All of these things feel so distinct. Solo runs are just perfect for gearing up. Night raids are absolute chaos. And the boss encounters, these things are wild. Sometimes it's groups of people that are working together to try to take one down. Other times it's betrayal the second that boss drops. It's so crazy to me how these guys pulled it off. But even the loot in Arc Raiders somehow strikes the perfect balance. It's both inconsequential, yet incredibly valuable at the same time. Rare weapons, blueprints, and parts are hard to find. You definitely want them, but I've never really felt outmatched if I didn't have access to them.
Same. For best example is the Stitcher. If you have a Stitcher, you're good. At least against players. You're fine. Because the Stitcher basically outmatches everything else. Which is insane. It really is. The only thing, at least in short range, it's still basically almost outperforming shotguns, or it is on the same level as shotguns. On close range, on mid range, yes. If you ambush someone with a Stitcher, he's dead. We all have seen the shorts and videos. Yeah, you're just dead. There's nothing you can do, which is kind of sad. It really is. That especially goes for a Stitcher that is, upgraded and has attachments, especially in the extended mech. Oh my god, just mech dump, I don't know, 40 rounds into someone, they have no chance. Zero.
The balance here is damn near perfect. Yeah, the Anvil and the Venator are absolutely busted, but I've won and lost plenty of fights with completely different loadouts. No matter what someone else is using, personal skill and opportunity are going to decide the gunfight more than gear ever will. You want the best stuff, sure, but I really don't think you need it. Then
Yeah.
they top this all off with their take on Tarkov scav runs, the free loadouts, and I just think
For me, the best stuff, I would actually want to use good stuff. For example, the hull breaker. You one-shot Wasp with that thing. It's awesome. It's really good. Now you have to make the decision if the ammunition is worth killing a Wasp. But to each their own.
this is absolutely genius. There's no cooldown, no limitation. You just hop in with a small inventory, some meds, and a low-tier gun. It is the
Mech dumping is fun. Yes, it is. It's awesome.
perfect pressure valve for this genre. You can use it to rebuild after a bad night, sell off your haul and restock, and then play with your friends later, or you can just jump in and have some fun without sweating over your losses. This is just so perfect for casual players and for hardcore players just the same. This is what I mean when I say that developers need to share the perspective of the players and know that there's going to be a wide variety of people that are going to play these games differently. Arc Raiders feels like it was made by people who care about how the game actually plays rather than how much the game can take from you.
Oh boy. Old Blizzard versus new Blizzard. Old Blizzard, people actually playing the game. New Blizzard, they don't.
Every single system feels honest, every detail feels considered. It strikes this impossible balance between fun and fairness in a genre that is supposed to be unfair. You can tell that this game was made by people who wanted to make something...
Which, by the way, is what a lot of those hardcore people say that play extraction shooter. Oh, it is supposed to be punishing and blah, blah, blah. All this, I have a small dick talk. This game is just fun. How about having fun? It's a video game. How about we having fun? If you wanna do something punishing, go to a domino and let her crush your balls. How about that?
Fun without forgetting what kind of game that they were making. And of course, all of this is going to extend to how this game was monetized. I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but the monetization in Arc Raiders doesn't really feel like it's a part of the experience at all. It's there, but it's not really breathing down your neck. The gameplay loops do not revolve around it. I'm not constantly getting pop-ups mid-match telling me to go buy something, and I'm not being constantly reminded of where my battle pass progress.
Yes, thanks for that. Oh my god. If I had pop-ups on this, it would drive me crazy.
It's the first live service game where the economy feels like it's entirely separate from the gameplay. They made the monetization a feature of the game, not the foundation it's built on. And man, do I appreciate that.
And that's the difference to all other live service games, but almost. Why not War Thunder? A part of me, well, it's like the opposite of Arc Raiders. There's first hand the shop and then the game. They create, War Thunder is created to drive you to spend money. This isn't. You can spend money on it, but it's not driving you to it, because if you spend money on this game, in addition to the original game price of the game, you only get cosmetics. You don't get anything else but cosmetics. There is no progression behind spending more money or money at all, and that's just it. That's just it. The thing is, so far, so you're saying Arc Raiders is the least pay to win game? There is no pay to win in the game. There's none. You have no pay to win. Now these quad things here, they some of them have useful things in them, but you don't pay with real money for them. It's this currency, the blue one, which you earn by just playing the game. Each round you get some, and then you have tasks where you can earn some. That's a battle pass. But let me see what the cosmetics look like. Wait, for real? Yeah, I also think that the cosmetics mostly aren't that great. There are some that are really good. I find, well, not really good. I find good, but they are. It's it's not a waifu game, you know? So the cosmetics aren't designed in a way that would appeal to something like that. Now, I would find it nice if I could have my girl sit in its room on a bed, half naked. That would be cool. But, you know, I can't. Is there a top hat for a cosmetic? As far as I know, not. No. As far as I know, not. Might be cool though. The thing is, you are purchasing entire outfits, which I think is not that great. You can't, for example, this helmet, you don't get the helmet. You unlock the helmet for an outfit. I don't like that. I don't like that. I would like to mix and match things. For example, if I want my girl to wear a tank top and some tight pants, I can't have that. Sadly. And yes, I would run around like that in Arc Raiders, because why not? I'm looking at my girl all the time. So I want her to look good, right?
On launch, the game shipped with a free premium raider deck. Basically, this is their take on a battle pass. You can earn everything just by playing, and the premium currency that you collect can be used to be able to buy cosmetic bundles. They've already said that they're going to release new premium raider decks down the road and more ways to earn in-game currency, similar to Helldivers 2 with their war bonds. But again, all this is optional. The more you play, the more you're going to earn, and if you don't have time, you can still buy in without feeling punished for skipping a week, because it's always going to be there. It's a system that's built on fairness, not on FOMO. And I think that's...
Which I love. I literally wish GGG would do that with their cosmetics. With their seasonal cosmetics. Because I don't like the FOMO. I really don't. Now, don't get me wrong. Last year I spent $500 on Path of Exile 1 and 2. And I want to say I don't regret it. Let me say it this way, okay? I don't regret it. I hope. Excuse me, 500? Yes, 500. Don't look at me. I'm a filthy gamer. 500 on a game, on 2 games. The thing is, I spent more money than that on World of Warcraft. Yes, 2 games. It's Path of Exile 1 and 2. And by the way, before that, I mean, I bought into Path of Exile 1 and 2 during the betas. And then I paid, I think, $30 again to get points for stash tats, which is also both games. And then, you know, last year the 500. About 500. Yes, but you have to... I started playing Path of Exile 1 in the beta 13 years ago. I combined, I have, I think, 2,000 hours in both games. So it's not that much money. You don't trust me with money? The thing is, I'm actually really good with money. Really good. That's why I can save up so much money. That's the thing. Being unemployed and being still able to save up money, that's a skill. Or you just have no friends and no life. Or both. Works out the same way.
What makes this model so powerful. It rewards consistency without demanding loyalty. It respects players' time without treating us like we're just clocking in. You can feel that honesty running through all of the rest of Arc Raiders. The idea...
Which is the exact opposite of War Thunder. In War Thunder, I literally felt just, I'm clocking in, give me the daily reward, and now I'm gone until I want to play the game. Or tomorrow, when I again clock in. And I don't want to do that anymore. This game feels so much better. So much better. It's literally respecting my time.
That players should be rewarded for playing the game, not paying extra to be able to avoid it. And honestly, that's what blows my mind with Arc Raiders. It proves that live service does not have to mean manipulation. It doesn't have to mean burnout or endless chores disguised as content. It just takes a studio willing to meet players halfway, to respect their time, their hardware, and their intelligence. Embark did everything that the industry keeps saying is impossible. They made a fair, balanced, social, live service game that doesn't treat you like a target. And I think that's what makes this game matter so much to me. It's not because it's some miracle hit, but it just exposes how lazy and cynical the rest of this space has become. Every single excuse, from performance to monetization to player retention, all that dies the second that you boot up this game. This is proof that it can be done right, and now players know the difference.
Yes. The thing is, I really like playing this game. I really do. It's one of the few live action games where I'm like, okay, yeah, I actually want to play the game without any FOMO whatsoever. I just want to play the game, even if I grind, like, you know, I'm already on the track for the next expedition, and it's grindy. Of course it is, but I don't feel bad about it, because I grind just by playing the game. I just do what I would do anyways. And it's fun to me. One major reason why the game is fun to me is the looting. That's also the only reason why Escape from Tarkov was fun to me. The looting. The looting is the main focus for me in games like these. And Arc Raiders completely hits the nail on the head for me with that. It's so good. And then the rest is also nice, you know. And that's why I like playing the game. Earlier this week, I actually was like, yeah, I want to play the game, but I want to play on stream, but I don't stream until this day, so I don't play. And I really wanted to play the game. And no, I won't join you on Roblox. Roblox is full of pedophiles. I don't want to. I don't want to be associated with that. Sorry, but no.
I am so happy to see more developers adopting the Helldivers 2 pricing and Battle Pass, the permanent Battle Pass. Now, I realize that there's a lot of conflicting opinions when it comes to a live service game charging $40. I understand where you're coming from, but from my perspective, as long as it's being done with the right intentions, this takes a lot of weight off of their shoulders. It means that they can collect their development costs, and it makes them a lot less desperate for our money, at least immediately, and also likely down the road. It gives them way more options for how they monetize the game going into the future. They could choose to expand these crazy things that we used to get back in the day in first-person shooters called expansions. You guys remember?
Not only first-person shooters, basically all games. But especially MMORPGs like World of Warcraft. How many expansions did WoW had? 12? 13? Something like that. And yes, I can actually see them doing that. And to be fair, I'm not against that. Now, if the only part of the expansion would be maps, I mean, what else would it be? Oh, another region where you can play with completely different maps. I can see that. I can see that. Yeah. And you can only get access to that for I don't know. Yeah, paying for the expansion. I don't know. Well, if it's the same, if the region is the same size and gets the same amount of maps, you could actually make it $40 again. I can see that, and I think people would pay it. Yeah. I think they would. Yeah. I think I would. No, it would be physical. Let's not go there. Let's ignore that. But yeah, I can see that.
That map packs and things of that nature, they could do that kind of thing later on if they wanted to, instead of just trying to monetize, pay for power, all these other different things.
Yeah.
And they made the monetization in this game a feature, not the focus, and that's something that I appreciate. And also, battle passes should just be permanent. We all know exactly what you guys are trying to do by not making it. You just want to make sure people are logging in every single day. It's sunk cost fallacy. I spent $25 on something. I need to get all my value out of it. I got to play every single day, otherwise it's going to go away. I get why you do it.
Yeah.
I hate that you do it. This is the way it should be done.
Yeah.
Simple as that. I think that there's a lot to say when it comes to how social this game is. And I think this is something that a lot of other developers really need to pay attention to right now. And I see a lot of parallels in this game's success to Helldivers 2. And I think that there is a genuine desire from players and just from gaming communities overall to feel like you're actually a part of a community, to be social with other players. People want more games that put them in social situations.
Yeah.
I think that's the case. I think we've been withdrawn for so long that people crave it right now. And
that's what made World of Warcraft so big. The social aspect. Like in general. And today you... Asmongold said it very wisely. You don't need that anymore. Because you have it outside of the game. So you don't need it in the game. I think Arc Raiders proves him wrong. At least partly. Because you also have to keep in mind that outside of the games, the social things on the internet, they are very divided. And in a game like Arc Raiders, people have to interact with other people that aren't in their online social circle. And that's what makes it so good, in my opinion.
Genuine desire is going to make a lot of games really successful if those games pander to that. So if you look at this game and look at how they gave players the opportunity to be able to interact with one another, you emulate that somehow, you're going to find success.
Yeah.
I think it's really disappointing that this game is just going to get dragged into the whole AI debate more than anything else, because there's so many social benefits for a game like this. This game is just so fair and freeing for anybody of literally any skill level or how much time they actually have to be able to commit to something like this. I think this is the blueprint for live service games going forward. Not only just with its quality, but just every aspect of the game.
I can see that. Yes. I can. I would love to have that happen.
The attention to detail, everything that they did. It's just... It's crazy to see a game that's actually made in the live service space, in the multiplayer space, by people that genuinely give a shit.
Yeah.
I think this one is going to be a wake-up call for players more than the industry. I think a lot of these multiplayer gamers are going to be like, man, dude, how are you going to go and play Call of Duty after playing this game and not feel like you're being ripped off?
Yeah.
That's my question for a lot of people, because
imagine paying $70 at least every year for Call of Duty, and it's basically all the same. I mean, you literally, it's always the same game, the same weapons, the same multiplayer maps. Graphically, it's the same. Why? Why would you? And then on top, you pay for the battle pass. That's $30. So that it's at least 100. These $100, I would rather put half of it in Arc Raiders per year. And for the rest of the money, I buy indie games or something like that. Or pizza. Pizza. Man, I want pizza.
I wouldn't be able to. I'd be like, man, this is what you're selling me? And you're also charging me $70 for this game? Man, there's something wrong with this situation.
Yeah.
And I think that contrast really hasn't existed in this space. It hasn't been in this space for a long time, because a lot of these live service games, I don't think they've really been competing with one another. They've just been doing their best to try to nail down the audience that they have financially more than anything else.
Yes.
And a game like this can really disrupt that. A game like this can make the casual people, the silent audience that's out there, not so silent anymore.
Yeah.
At least that's what I hope.
Yeah, other live action games, live service games, you have the monetization model and the game gets tacked onto it. Here, it's the opposite. It's pretty much that. They made a good game, and then, oh yeah, here you can spend some money if you want to. And I think that's the best thing, because, man, imagine you log in and you get a message, oh yeah, here, new cosmetic, buy. That would make me not want to play the game.
Happens. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, drop a comment down below. Let me know how you guys like the game. What do you guys think about it?
I
what
agree
are
with
some
him.
things you guys hope the game does in the future? Are you guys really that upset about the game using AI? I'm interested to see what other people's opinion on it is. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Twitch. Follow me on Kick. I gotta work and make sure that I can actually get that working. I did the triple stream and it was rough. I had all kinds of problems, so I gotta call tech support. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I will catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Family.
Hello and welcome back to Rage Gaming and more.
Okay.
Man, this story.
Okay, and now we take a look at picture. Oh, I can, okay. Give me a second. Picture. Yes, this is a tank. This is a tank. Very obviously a tank. So far, looks good. I like that there's already detail on the... I don't remember how they are called in English. Is it a German tank? Wait, is it a tank? This is a tank destroyer, right? Ulo? It's a tank destroyer. I know my German vehicles from World War II. This is a tank destroyer. Are you still there? Let's check. He might be there. I think not. But yeah, this is a tank destroyer. I think so far it looks good. And with that, actually for today, for this stream, we are done for today. I might come back way later and stream some gameplay. Arc Raiders. I really need to get the trials done. I need to get the trials done. Oh my god, I don't wanna, get kicked out of my place where I'm at. I actually want to go up, but might be hard now after the weekend. So I have to do a lot there. And with that, if you liked today's stream, consider following, subscribing, like, and or comment depending on where you are. See you maybe later, maybe Wednesday, when we play more Half-Life 2. Bye bye. And now we end the streams. Bye bye. YouTube. Ah.